That passes unanimously, 8-0, with Councilmember Von Wilpert absent. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you to staff for the good work in bringing this forward. All right, main attraction. Clerk, please introduce item 200.
Item 200 is the presentation of the fiscal year 2027 draft budget. If you'd like to speak on this item, please be sure to submit your speaker slips to the front of the room in the clear box. And if you are participating online, now's the time to raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. And with that, I welcome the mayor to make some opening remarks before we get the formal presentation. So, sir, turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Council President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. I come before you this afternoon to present the fiscal year 2027 draft budget. I want to start at the beginning by recognizing that this is a shared responsibility. We won't agree on every decision in this proposal, and that's okay. This is the start of a multi-month process, and this proposal will certainly evolve. What we can agree on is that we all share a responsibility for enacting a balanced budget that protects essential services that San Diegans rely on. That is the goal of this process. My draft budget is balanced and responsibly confronts a $118 million deficit, one that has been building for years due to rising costs, slower than normal revenue growth, and long deferred infrastructure needs. This is the structural imbalance that we must confront together. Every department contributed to closing this gap. No one was exempt from reductions, including my office. We have heard directly from residents, more than 11,000 San Diegans who have responded to our resident budget survey, and their priorities are very clear: public safety, neighborhood infrastructure, and homelessness. And they want us to fund those priorities with our existing resources. This proposal reflects those priorities. It maintains funding for police and fire, avoiding fire station brownouts and police station closures that were considered earlier in this process. This budget invests in the basics by committing funding for more than 311 lane miles of road resurfacing and nearly $60 million for safety improvements at key intersections, sometimes known as the Fatal 15. And it protects our progress on homelessness by continuing to invest in the strategies that helped us to reduce unsheltered homelessness in our city last year by 13.5%. But these investments required serious trade-offs. Beloved programming, like library and recreation center hours, will be reduced. Grants to nonprofit arts organizations are paused. And as I said before, no city department avoided reductions. This draft budget proposes eliminating 198 general fund positions, including 48 management positions. These decisions are not easy, and they will have impacts on all of us, but they are necessary to protect core services and meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget. We are also approaching this year's budget process differently. I began budget development far earlier than normal and with more collaboration with the City Council. This draft budget includes a zero-based review of contracts, reductions in middle management, and soon I will present you with data to help guide decisions on library and recreation center service levels so that we can meet the needs of each neighborhood and avoid across-the-board cuts. That's where this work will continue. Council, we face real financial pressures. Costs are rising. Revenues are not keeping pace. Federal and state funding is uncertain, and macroeconomic and political conditions remain very unpredictable. That's why we must make structural adjustments now to avoid deeper cuts later. We have made real progress together, Council, on homelessness, on infrastructure, on public safety, and on putting our finances on more stable footing. This draft budget builds on that progress. I look forward to working with all of you to adopt a final budget that meets this moment and reflects our shared responsibility to the people of San Diego. Now, our Chief Financial Officer, Rolando Cherval, will walk you through the specifics of the fiscal year 2027 draft budget. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So those seated for the presentation, identify yourself for the record and then let us know how much time you will need.
About 25 minutes.
Okay, when you're 25.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council. I'm Rolando Cherval, Chief Financial Officer. With me is Ben Battaglia, Department of Finance Director. By way of overview, the FY27 draft budget totaled $6.4 billion citywide and an increase of about 5.2%. The general fund component totals about 2.2 billion, an increase of 3.3%. This is the second year of progress towards addressing the general fund structural deficit. This shortfall has been driven by rising inflation and slowing major revenue growth over several years. The recently approved ballot measures that increase restricted TOT and refuse collection fees helped close this budget gap by decreasing the structural shortfall, but not sufficiently. This required additional mitigation measures, mostly from budget reductions. This is the second year of major reductions to improve long-term stability, which include significant service level impacts across the organization. Here you can see the budget for the FY27 draft broken down by fund type. It includes FY26 and FY27 data for comparison purposes. The general fund is increasing by about 71 million, mostly to maintain the same level of service after accounting for inflationary increases and some limited additions mostly associated with legal requirements, mandates, and risk mitigation. To highlight a few of the other significant changes from FY26, our special revenue fund expenditures are increasing by about $118 million. That's mostly related to additional projects for the undergrounding fund, issuance of the tax and revenue anticipation notes expected for FY27, and additional reimbursements from the emergency medical service fund for eligible expenses in the general fund. Enterprise fund expenditures are increasing by about 167 million. That's due to higher water cost, personnel expenditures to support Pure Water Phase 1, energy consumption increases, and there's also increases related to a bulky item pickup in the refuse collection enterprise fund that were included as part of the recent rate case that established the fee. As the mayor stated, this year we've incorporated changes to the budget process itself. There was greater collaboration with the city council and earlier information sharing, a zero-based review of contracts, analysis of middle management employees added over the last 5 fiscal years, data-driven analysis on recreation centers and libraries, continued department consolidations, and the resident budget survey that provided critical input in budget decisions. The resident survey provided input by more than 10,000 residents. The survey results confirmed that protecting public safety, neighborhood infrastructure, homelessness services, and housing is of top concern for those who responded to the survey. Those priorities are reflected in this draft budget. Over the course of the mayor's term, the administration has consolidated a total of 16 departments. These consolidations allow for cost savings and better support for some of the smaller departments. Further consolidations of departments expected for FY27 include the Office of Emergency Services, which is being consolidated into the Fire Rescue Department, the Compliance Department programs that are being moved into 3 different departments, and Special Events and Filming, which is being consolidated with Parks and Recreation. Moving back to the general fund shortfall, at the beginning of this budget cycle, the city's 5-year financial outlook projected an $88.8 million shortfall in the general fund for FY27. As we moved through the budget development process, that gap grew to approximately $118 million due to 3 key drivers: lower transient occupancy tax performance, a higher pension payment, and other factors such as the reduced below park parking revenue. In addition to the revised $118 million, we incorporated essential additions tied to mandates, legal obligations, and operational risk mitigation, after which the total budget that we had to solve for was about $146.2 million. The draft budget closes that $146.2 million with a combination of labor concessions in the tune of $26.2 million, about $76.1 million in expenditure reductions, and about $43.9 million in additional revenue and other sources, mostly from reimbursements from special revenue funds. This slide shows the economic indicators used to develop major revenue projections. The first 5 relate to property tax projections. The first item in the table shows a slight increase in the number of home sales compared to last year at about close to 11,000 home sales. But this is significantly below the 16,000 home sales that we were seeing in more recent years. Even with slowing home sales, the increase in home prices, as reflected in the median home price and Case-Shiller index, the next 2 indicators, those increases have helped offset some of this decrease in the number of home sales. Foreclosures and notice of default continue to be at historical healthy levels. And the last two indicators, which impact our TOT and our sales tax, you can see there that unemployment rates continue to be relatively low compared to historical levels at 4.5%, holding steady compared to last year. And then consumer confidence, that's where we have seen a decrease, significant decrease due to inflation concerns with the federal policies and geopolitical events. This table shows how some of those projections translate now into our general fund revenues. You can see major revenues growing by about 43 million, and other revenues growing by about 28 million for a total of about 71 million. Property taxes are growing at about 4.2%, while not as strong as the 5.5% growth seen in more recent years. This still represents a healthy growth for an increase of about $38 million in property taxes. Sales tax growing at about 1.9%, while still positive, not close to the 3.5% increases that we've seen in average for this revenue source. And TOT is really the most impacted revenue, growing at just 1.5% compared to the 6% average growth in prior years. Much of the increased revenue that you see under other revenues is associated with reimbursements of general fund from other funds and increased investment earnings assumed from the issuance of the tax and revenue anticipation note expected next fiscal year. This slide shows significant revenue increases in other resources. The largest resource shown on this slide are additional TOT reimbursements to the general fund for eligible expenditures after reductions in penny for the arts of about $11.8 million. There is an additional draw from the CalPERS Trust of about $6 million to pay for retiree healthcare costs, increased reimbursements from the Emergency Medical Services Fund, parking revenue reimbursements for cyclic sanitation and city treasurer admin services, net interest earnings from the issuance of the tax and revenue anticipation notes, fire rescue reimbursements and adjustments from grants, special events, and other sources, and additional parks and rec reimbursements from growth in the Environmental Growth Fund. Earlier in the presentation, I mentioned an increase in general fund expenditures of about $71 million. This slide shows some of the additions above baseline. Legally required reimbursements to the DSD fund for general fund related right-of-way permits, adjustments to transportation overtime and asphalt. Overtime had not been increased in prior years after general salary increases went into effect. And in terms of asphalt, asphalt has close to doubled in cost, and this adjustment brings that budget to current price levels. There is a legally required $1.9 million expenditure for costs associated with services for residents that have not transitioned to a private trash hauler that need to be paid from the general fund. An increase of about $1.9 million for San Diego River levees engineering studies. This is to maintain our FEMA accreditation and be eligible for reimbursements should there be a natural disaster. Staffing for new parks and facilities at about $1.8 million. In an effort to increase county participation for additional beds for the homeless, we are adding about $1.5 million to domestic violence shelter with an expected match of $1.5 million from the county. About $700,000 associated with settlement for the Air Pollution Control District litigation, and about $500,000 for refuse collection fee studies that we anticipate will allow us to bring additional revenue in future years. This slide shows significant reductions. You can see labor concessions accounting to about $26.2 million as a mitigation. This was a cost that was factored into the outlook as projected expenses that we are avoiding. Expenditure reductions remaining at about $76.1 million. And some of the most significant reductions include classified position reductions, about $9.3 million, the waiver of the Climate Equity Fund, freezing some sworn police leadership positions and increasing the span of controls of those remaining, a reduction in library and recreation center hours, homelessness programs, reductions, the elimination of a multimodal team, most related to bike lane improvements. And yeah. As I mentioned before, this is the second year of significant budget reductions. This year's reductions combined with last year's reductions total approximately $189.2 million over the course of these two fiscal years. To put this in context, this equates to the entire Parks and Recreation budget for FY26. This shows we are dealing with a structural issue that requires a sustained multi-year approach.
Next, I'll discuss some of the programmatic adjustments in this budget. Impacts from ongoing labor negotiations are not reflected in the draft budget, but they will be reflected in the May revise pending conclusion of the negotiations. Overall, for the general fund, personnel costs are decreasing by a net $4 million, and this is primarily due to the reduction of positions, which is offset by a decrease in budgeted personnel expenditure savings due to a projection of fewer vacancies next year, as well as positions added for staff to maintain new facilities. Fringe benefits are increasing by a net $17.7 million, and this is primarily due to an increase in the pension payment and workers' compensation costs, and these are both offset by a decrease in retiree healthcare contributions. For public safety, the budget avoids fire station brownouts and additional decreases in overtime, specifically in the areas of neighborhood policing, Clean SD, patrol, and youth services. It implements cross-staffing for the bomb squad unit and reduced positions in NPE that are associated with training, recruitment, and community engagement in the fire rescue department. For the police department, the budget preserves frontline personnel. It holds sworn leadership positions vacant, expanding the span of control for existing leadership, and holds a number of police investigative service officer positions vacant. The fiscal year 27 draft budget includes $97.1 million in funding for homelessness programs and services, including the police department's homeless outreach team and the environmental services department's Clean SD program. The general fund budget is slightly increasing to $72.9 million, which is mostly supported by TOT, Measure CTOT, and opioid settlement fund reimbursements. The remainder of the total homelessness services funding is primarily supported by various state and federal grants, including HAP and CDBG. Homeless shelters continue to be funded, including the safe parking and safe sleeping programs. Other programs, including supportive services, navigation programs, as well as community outreach or coordinated outreach, will continue next year. The Housing Instability Prevention Program and the Eviction Prevention Program will carry forward at current funding levels. And finally, the budget includes programmatic reductions, which will be discussed in detail during the Homelessness Strategies and Solutions Department Budget Review Committee presentation. Notable adjustments in the area of community services include the strategic reduction of library and rec center hours, including a related reduction in security services. 2 libraries are planned for closure for renovation and expansion. There's a reduction to the library donation match, and the Office of Child and Youth Success is proposed to be eliminated. Restroom closures in select parks is proposed to be reduced, as well as a reduction to park rangers. Additionally, the budget includes additional staffing and related costs to operate and maintain new parks and joint use facilities that are planned to open next fiscal year. Other notable reductions include the elimination of arts and culture grants to outside organizations, various facility maintenance trade positions, decreased support for building and zoning code enforcement, as well as the elimination of City Council CPPS funding. Overall, the budget includes the reduction of 288 positions citywide, with 187 positions being added, primarily in the Solid Waste Management Enterprise Fund, for a net reduction of 101 total positions. The general fund includes a reduction of 268 positions, with 70 positions added primarily to support the operations of new facilities as well as parking enforcement, many of which are reimbursable, for a net reduction of 198 positions. To highlight a few notable adjustments in the non-general funds, additional funding is included in the Solid Waste Management Enterprise Fund for expanded services supported by the approved trash fee. The environmental growth funds include $7 million to support wetland mitigation activities related to prior storm channel clearing work. And the budget also includes funding to support phase 1 of the Pure Water program, which is beginning operations next year. The fiscal year 27 capital improvements program budget includes $821.7 million for a variety of projects. Key investments include continued funding for water and sewer pipeline projects, funding for the Pure Water program, continued investment in street repair, investments in other right-of-way assets, including traffic safety, funding for stormwater emergency projects, and other projects that are scheduled to go into construction next fiscal year. The CIP budget includes significant investment in general fund assets such as city facilities, storm drain infrastructure, streets, sidewalks, and other right-of-way assets. A total of $222.3 million in funding is supported by debt financing and other mostly restricted sources such as Transnet and utility undergrounding fees. Major considerations for funding were project readiness for construction and continued investment in streets and stormwater infrastructure. Council Policy 800-14 is also used to prioritize projects along with mayoral and council priorities. The draft budget includes $89.1 million for the city's street repair program. This funding will support street maintenance, including slurry, cape, and scrub seal, pothole repairs, and trench restoration services, as well as street resurfacing. The funding will support a total of 345 miles of street repair next year. The city will also continue to make investments towards its Vision Zero goals next year, and the budget includes funding for a variety of right-of-way improvements that will support pedestrian, bike, and vehicle safety. A total investment of approximately $60 million will support this effort, including addressing the city's most dangerous 15 intersections. Stormwater emergencies continue to cost millions each year. The fiscal year 27 draft budget includes $52.5 million investment in stormwater infrastructure, which is in addition to the $733 million WIFIA program. The city is continuing to set aside funding annually for storm drain emergencies and is investing in other projects that are ready for construction. Looking ahead, the IBA will be releasing their review of the draft budget on April 29th, and the Budget Review Committee hearings are scheduled for the week of May 4th. The Department of Finance will be releasing the May revision on May 13th and presenting it to the City Council on May 18th. Finally, the City Council is scheduled to adopt the budget on June 9th. The fiscal year 2027 draft budget is balanced and it prioritizes continued investment in public safety, infrastructure, homelessness solutions, and housing. This is the second year of progress towards addressing the general fund structural deficit, and additional revenue will be needed to address the city's growing capital improvement needs. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you'll have.
All right, thank you both for the presentation. I'll turn it over now to our independent budget analyst, Charles Monica. Sir.
Thank you, Council President, Council members, Mr. Mayor, and the Department of Finance for your presentation. As you know, the proposed budget was released last week on April 15th, and that kicked off a very intense 2-week period during which my team is working tirelessly to translate the budget into a comprehensive report to help guide your budget review that starts in May. Given the addition of the Division of Race and Equity to my office this year, our report will also include additional focus on the equity impacts of various budget adjustments. While the bulk of our analysis is still being worked on and will be included in a full report that will be released on April 29th, I do have some general remarks for today. First, I want to acknowledge that this budget includes a number of substantial cuts which were necessary to close a deficit of roughly $118 million. The city has been operating with structural deficits for years, and my office has warned of them in all of our budget reviews. Cuts of the magnitude being proposed will be difficult, but they are also necessary to balance the budget. It is important to understand how the city got here. This deficit is not new. The city's resources have been insufficient to provide for the services and infrastructure maintenance for decades. The city realized this over 15 years ago in 2010, when it pursued a temporary half-cent sales tax measure, but that effort failed, causing the city to pull back on both infrastructure maintenance and employee compensation. And in 2012, when the city began issuing bonds again to pay for its capital infrastructure needs, The city did so not with the expectation that infrastructure needs would be fully funded, but with the knowledge that bond funding would only allow the city to slow the rate at which its infrastructure deteriorated. Beyond this, in the city's day-to-day operations, some areas have seen expanded services, while the city's actual revenues, particularly sales and hotel taxes, were and remain low compared to our peer cities. Another attempt was made to address all of this in 2024 with a measure to increase the city's sales tax rate by 1 cent, but that effort narrowly failed. Band-aids that the city has used in past decades, like keeping employee compensation low and deferring infrastructure maintenance, have long-term consequences that we are dealing with today. While the city has raised pay in recent years, new revenues for infrastructure have been limited, while the infrastructure needs of the city have ballooned from $1.4 billion in unfunded capital needs 10 years ago to $7.8 billion today. I do want to address a few misconceptions about how the city got here. First, I often read complaints about how much the city spends on bike lanes. I want to be clear that the city spends a fraction of a % of its budget on bike lanes in any given year, and that amount is generally associated with striping streets after repaving. Most of the large and more costly bike lane projects in the region are completed by and funded by Sandag, not the city. Second, while some point to employee pay increases over the last 3 years as deficit drivers, it is also important to note that those raises were designed merely to bring city employee compensation closer to market rates and median pay. Before those raises, the city lagged far behind peers and faced significant difficulty recruiting and retaining the workers that deliver city services. Finally, while many point to admittedly bad real estate deals the city has made in the past, notably 101 Ash, as drivers of the deficit, it's also important to note that those were mistakes that the city has learned from and that they also had, by and large, one-time costs, while the deficit that the city needs to solve today is an ongoing and structural issue. In short, the city's budget issue, particularly when it comes to infrastructure, is fundamentally a revenue issue. Now, given our current resources, there is no question that we need to make significant cuts to bring our operations into structural balance. But I also want to be clear that even cutting entire departments would not free up enough resources to fix our infrastructure backlog. That backlog will remain until and unless new revenue to address it is put before and ultimately approved by city voters. But what we are faced with today is the budget that has been proposed and the deficit that needs to be closed. Over the last year, the city implemented several new revenues to close the current year's deficit. Moving forward, however, we cannot and should not rely on large, new, near-term infusions of revenue. Cuts will need to be the primary tool to bring the FY27 budget into balance. I know that we will hear about the negative impacts of those cuts. Our IBA analysis will include discussions of many of those impacts, and in areas where dollar cuts have been proposed without operational details, particularly in libraries, parks, and homelessness programming, my team is meeting with departments to understand those cuts, and we will include additional detail on them in our report. But ultimately, cuts will be unavoidable. I expect that we will hear real and justifiable concerns, both from this council and the public, about the cuts that have been proposed. And over the next 2 months, we will have the opportunity to address some of those concerns through modifications to the proposed budget. But we also need to be realistic. We do not have the resources needed to maintain today's services, and any future infrastructure fix will require more revenue down the road. In the meantime, we need to structurally balance the city's operations today to rebuild both stability and public trust for the future. I would ask, as groups come forward to oppose particular cuts, that they also consider suggesting alternatives. That will not be easy, but it is ultimately necessary because the city cannot spend money that it does not have. With that, I will wrap up by noting that my team will deliver our full analysis on April 29th, and I look forward to working with each of you through the difficult discussions that we will have over the next 2 months. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Charles. The input of the IBA, especially during this particular cycle, is incredibly critical, but thank you for your candor. Do we have any public comment? All right, clerk, please proceed with public testimony on item 200.
Thank you, Council President. We do have over 160 speakers here in person and with those that have raised their hands online.
That is worth applauding. Let that be the last clapping for the rest of the session so we can get through every 160 speakers.
Just one thing before I begin, we do have several seats available up in the front. They are reserved for the speakers who are being called up. So as I call your name, please be sure to come up to the yellow reserved seats at the front of the room. If we are seating time, I will be asking you to raise your hand so that I can see. Sometimes I'm a little short, so please make sure that the person's here just to wave your hand around. I will see you and we'll try to get through this as efficiently as possible for you all to be heard. Jesús Gallegos Muñoz. Jesús Gallegos Muñoz. Adriana Barraza. Please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Adriana Barraza. Yuani Rubio. Please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Courtney Belinsky. Patrick Stewart. Judy Vaz. Sparky Mitra. Kevin Veno. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats, as well as Nicole Lilly and Travis Bashard. Jesus, you can start. You will have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Jesus Martin Gallegos Muñoz. I am the Community Organizing Coordinator for the Chicano Federation, a member of the Community Budget Alliance, and a former youth commissioner. When this city first established the Youth Commission, I was ecstatic. Finally, we weren't just talking about youth empowerment. We were building a home for it. But in all transparency, those early days were a struggle. It felt like we were being thrown into a deep end and told to swim. Thankfully, when we advocated for the support we desperately needed, the city delivered by creating the Office of Child and Youth Success. Since then, OCYS has been the backbone of our community. It has bridged the gap for youth and our most marginalized individuals in our neighborhoods, giving us the tools to lead our own progress. Eliminating this office isn't just a budget cut, it's a message. When youth are not at the table, we're on the menu. And cutting OCYS sends a clear message that our futures are not worth fighting for. On behalf of Chicano Fed, I ask you to reconsider and please keep the fight alive for OCYS.
Adriana Barraza? Adriana Barraza, are you here? Checking to see if they're coming in from another room. No, no, Adriana Barraza? Yuania Rubio?
Good afternoon. My name is Ivania Marlen Rubio, and I'm a current resident of District 4. I'm also a former District 1 Youth Commissioner from the inaugural cohort of the city's Youth Commission. My experience as a youth commissioner introduced me to the Brown Act and taught me how to communicate with public bodies and promote that transparency. And it eventually allowed me to have the basic skills that I needed to serve on the Commission on Police Practices. And as a young person who came from Black and Brown communities, low-income communities growing up, it was very important for me to serve and be one of the young people on that commission with retired individuals. So I really urge you to really consider the Youth Commission under the Office of Child and Youth Success. I understand that we're collectively experiencing a lot of cuts, so I just really want to put forth our youth and really highlight that we're doing this for our young people as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Courtney? Courtney Belitsky?
Yeah, as Courtney comes up, yeah, snapping fingers. If you're really excited, jazz hands, but thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council President, council members, and Mayor Gloria. My name is Courtney Baltiski with the YMCA and Children First Collective. It's an honor to stand in allyship with young people today, and we're all confused about these budget decisions. Why can't we have a tough fiscal conversation in a way that allows for vision, collaboration, and leadership? It makes sense to maintain the dollars for the Office of Child and Youth Success. Being in youth development, I know that a continuum of programs, collaboration, and attention across a young person's life are critical. OCYS works across community for and with kids, youth, and families to strategize for this. We've seen much trust built, grants secured, and progress with the Office of Child and Youth Success. We can't afford to lose it. Thank you.
Patrick Stewart.
Good afternoon. I'll make this quick. I just want to point out a couple of things that I hope that we get a chance to discuss as we are considering the rest of the budget process. One, I am concerned by the disproportionate effects that this budget as proposed is going to have on children, youth, and families, particularly at a time when they need us most. Two, I'm concerned by the either-or approach that this budget has taken, which has resulted in nearly $8 million in proposed reductions in art, or in library and park recreation hours, and a virtual near elimination of our arts and culture budget. Either or, there's been zero creativity in how we're going to be able to still bring services to City of San Diego. And I'm concerned about the narrative that surrounds the survey. That we're using the narrative that 10,000 individuals or 10,000 responses is being used to drive a decision that will affect 1.4 million people, its design, and its delivery.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Judy Vaz.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Judy Vaz. I'm the Public Affairs Manager at Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest. Our zip code should not determine our care, our treatment, and our access to opportunities. Defunding the arts and programs that promote youth success are not only harmful, but they also create more hardship and put a burden on service providers. We cannot solve our budget crisis while maintaining essential services that promote creativity, community, and equity. Our students deserve better. Our nonprofits deserve better. Southeast San Diego specifically deserves better. The community is here, our kids are here, and I want to be clear, it's our jobs to share our stories, but not to find alternatives. It is our jobs to share what we're going through so that y'all can make the decisions. We voted you in, we want you to listen to us and work with us, but it is not our jobs to do your job. Thank you.
Sparky Mitra.
Hi, council members. My name is Sparky Mitra, a youth organizer, engineer, and District 3 resident. I'm here today because I'm appalled at what the mayor has prioritized in his budget. This is exactly what it is. It's his budget proposal, not ours. This budget does nothing for the community and for youth, and we won't stand for it. The establishment of the Office of Child and Youth Success is one that has been the culmination of decades of work from youth organizers around the city. With federal dollars already being stripped from investments in youth, at-risk communities, and with the increasing demonization of migrants, our city should be stepping up. Instead, the mayor is eliminating a program that has brought in $1.3 million for refugee students. He is stripping us of vital resources like youth drop-in centers. Let us be clear, he is axing investment in our youth, he is obliterating the success of our city's future. The amount of revenue that OCYS has brought into the city is an order of magnitude greater than its operating budget. It has brought in 10 times the amount of money it costs to run. This budget doesn't serve us. Fund youth, fund the future, and fund the people.
Kevin Veno. After that will be Nicole Lilly, Travis Bashard, Omaira Yusufi, Lucky Aiden, Mohammed Omar, Rachel Lozano Castro, Dean Shalik. If you can all please come up to the front row. Please proceed.
Good evening, council members. Member Wakava. I'm a constituent in your district and a board of trustee at the La Jolla Community Planning Group. I'm coming here today with Our Time to Act, the youth-led 501c3 nonprofit, urging you all to continue the funding for OCYS. They only require $350,000 in funding, while $5 million that will no longer be able to receive if this department was not funded. So you're not saving $350,000, but you're actually losing $3.5 million in potential grants that the city can no longer receive. Further, Councilmember Wakava, I wanted to urge you to reconsider your stance on the police funding. I know this is a difficult budgetary process, but this is something that I think comes at the expense of many taxpayers, with many examples in our district happening with mismanagement. And for example, on January 7th, there was a homeless man who locked himself in the La Jolla Cove bathroom. The police responded with 26 cop cars, a SWAT vehicle, and a helicopter to someone locking themselves in the bathroom. Thank you.
Nicole Lilly.
Hello, my name is Nicole Lilly. I am a 23-year-old resident in District 3 and the executive director of Our Time to Act, an entirely youth-founded, youth-led 501c3 nonprofit organizing powerful youth for an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future in San Diego. As a youth organizer who has had the privilege of working with the Office of Child and Youth Success, I can tell you firsthand what a catastrophic failure of leadership it would be to allow OCYS to be eliminated in this budget cycle. The mayor's proposed plan slashes libraries, parks, arts, housing, and just about every social service while attempting to pit us against one another for crumbs. Meanwhile, it pours money into invasive surveillance and an already bloated police budget, a department that cries broke every year while sending 24 units for a single car chase, wasting millions on unlawful arrests and harassing the very youth Gloria seeks to defund. Today, organizations and youth from across the city joined in a united voice to urge you to fund youth, fund the people, not police and surveillance. You have a duty to pass a budget that serves our present and future. This community will hold you accountable. Thank you.
Travis Bouchard.
Travis, District 7. Likely each one of you found your way into politics because you wanted to improve people's lives. It's noble, congrats. However, this budget is the antithesis of progressive politics. Funding a surveillance state that disproportionately affects Black and brown youth while defunding youth services is insane. Like truly, allowing that to see the light of the day should be a what the fuck are we doing moment. Flock are not license plate cameras. They are full motion video that capture kids walking to school. You are selling our children's data. Shame on you. You continue to ask people to ask, you continue to give people crumbs. As someone eloquently described earlier today, you've created a Hunger Games situation over and over. People are done settling for crumbs, Mayor. People are going to come steal your cake if you don't do the right thing. Fund youth services, defund Flock, fire Daniel Gold, the $30 million cop. Fire Daniel Gold! Fire Daniel Gold! Fire Daniel Gold!
Omaira Yosefi.
We're going to set the tone. PD, escort the gentleman. We got to set the tone. Let's all be civil about this. We know how angry and how passionate you are about this. We got 150 still to go, so let's get through it.
My name is Humaira Yusufi with the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. I'm here today to request that council redirects funding from Flock ALPR and restores funding in youth, parks, arts, and all the other essential services that we need as San Diegans. We don't need more creepy surveillance. We don't need more cops on the ground that are going to criminalize our youth. We need to invest in our youth today. Pana's Global Village is adjacent to the Troyes Triangle Park Restoration Project, and we were very disappointed to see that the mayor's budget provides $0 for the Troyes Creek Park. It cuts out park rangers, playground maintenance, and the only city employees that whose entire job was expanding equitable recreation. Please redirect these fundings away from creepy surveillance like Flock ALPR and put it into our communities instead. Thank you.
Lucky Aiden.
Okay, good afternoon, council members. My name is Lucky, youth organizer with the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Our community depends on parks, so much more for just green spaces. I know for my family, parks is where we gather to celebrate during Eid picnics. This is where we create multiple memories across multiple generations and have meaningful time together as families. Recently, our youth has started a walk club and because they wanted to connect with their peers and be in nature and also stay active. But the reality is that we often have to travel 30 minutes just to find a park or a trail to walk at. For many of our youth, this is not accessible because of transportation. Having a park or trail in their community is what we really need. This is why it's really disappointing to see that there's zero funding for the Troyes Creek Park. This is not about building a park, it's making sure that there's a place where family and youth can truly gather. Like Kamara said, defund Flock and invest in community and youth. Thank you.
Mohammed Omar.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mahmoud Omar. I'm with the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. I'm here today to respectfully urge the city to restore funding for the Troyes Triangle Park and the Troyes Creek Restoration Project. which is listed on page 33 of your proposed budget as unfunded at 35 million. For many in my community, parks are not luxury, they are essential. They provide a place to escape extreme heat, celebrate important milestones like birthdays, and connect with neighbors in the midst of a severe housing crisis. Many families do not have access to backyards or adequate spaces to space where people can come together safely and meaningfully. We are deeply concerned that the mayor's proposed budget allocates no funding for the Cholas Creek Park. In addition, it reduces support for park rangers, playground maintenance, and eliminates the only city position dedicated to expanding equitable access to recreation. This cuts impact not only existing parks, but also the long-term success and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Rachel Lozano Castro, you have time ceded to you by Patricia Serrano. Patricia, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. We're going to need a speaker slip from you. My staff will be over there. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Lozano Castro. I'm a resident in District 4. I also run a business in District 4. I work in District 9. I'm with the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. I celebrated my 28th birthday in a city park. I go use one pretty much every weekend. When I can, I take my lunch breaks at a city park. I have family members and friends, and I meet with them in city parks in Point Loma and Rancho Bernardo. I use all of these regularly. So I'm asking to fund Choya's Triangle Park, fund the parks we already have, fund Choya's Creek Restoration, which is upstream from the communities that were flooded. I'm also asking to make good on the promises that have been made with community input for the Mid-City Community Plan update, which we're in the middle of right now, where every community member should be able to walk to a park. CBOs like ours at PANA are wanting to work together to draw down state funds and apply for competitive grants. We want to make this work. So we're asking you to show up with us for the May revisions of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Dean Shaik, Shaik, no. Jermaine Corba. After that, we'll have CJ Mendoza, Liliana Soriano, Claire Snyder, Wee Tran, Amy Ween, Mariana Hinojosa, Andrea Ognaco, and Alexandra Castillo. If you can all please come to the front row.
I stand corrected. We have 196 speakers to go.
Jermaine?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jermaine Roca-Corba. I work at PANA, at the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans in District 9. My family is actually in District 4. I am here today to ask you to please redistribute funding to both arts and culture, our libraries, as well as defunding FLOG and investing it back in our youth. Our youth are extremely important to me. I actually went to SCPA in District 4, where I learned about arts and culture and what it means to save lives. And to me, public safety is being able to have these safer parks, just like the Choyas Creek, just like the Choyas Park, as well as being able to ensure that public safety is also decriminalizing our youth by investing in our youth through arts and culture and different services. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thanks.
Thank you. CJ Mendoza?
Hello, City Council. My name is CJ, and I'm an outreach and organizing intern at Youthwell. I've been in organizing positions before being at Youthwell. I'm 22 years old, and in my journey of organizing and where I'm standing now was only made possible by adult allies who believed in young people and their success. I'm urging the city to not cut OCYS because in order to go from believing in youth, it means investing in their success. The creation of OCYS is a symbol of strength in numbers, and the creation of this office was a community-oriented journey. This 20-year journey had young people, parents, educators, and organizers fighting for a dedicated city investment in young people's futures. OCYS has accomplished many wins that include childcare access, civic engagement, education, and so much more. OCYS continuing to win means our young people in San Diego also win. Invest in youth success today. Thank you.
Liliana Soriano?
Hello, Council. My name is Liliana Soriano. I am the Director of Policy at YouthWell. We're a youth advocacy organization asking you today to not cut the Office of Child and Youth Success as outlined in the mayor's proposed budget. This office was established in 2022 in response to not only the youth development needed in midst of a pandemic, it also is to humanize our social infrastructure investments. OCYS is a powerful tool for intergovernmental and outside agency investments for youth. It has supported with securing $2 million for a Measure H implementation, which supports families with childcare access, as well as a 1.3 million grant in partnership with the largest school district in San Diego, the San Diego Unified School District, to support refugee students. The mayor's proposed budget is short-sighted. The elimination of OCYS sends the message that youth are not a priority. We are asking you to restore the director-level leadership of OCYS, maintain its operational budget, retain its staff, and Charles and council respectfully, money can be divested from surveillance
Thank you
and
for that
invested in youth.
concluding
Thank you.
comment. Claire Snyder. Claire Snyder, you have time ceded to you by Angelica Castillo. Can you please raise your hand? You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Claire Snyder. I'm with YouthWell, but today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of a youth that could not be here today. Dear City Council, my name is Sadie Wheeler, and I serve as Chair of the Youth Commission. I am speaking on behalf of the Commission to express our concerns regarding the 2026-2027 budget proposal, which disproportionately impacts youth in San Diego. Youth voices are already underrepresented in government, and this proposal reinforces that reality by signaling that their needs are being underprioritized compared to other funding increases. For example, cuts to library funding significantly affect youth by limiting access to safe, quiet study environments that students rely on daily. Libraries provide essential resources, including books, technology, internet access, and after-school programs. They also serve as a critical space for academic support, college and job application assistance, and community connection, especially for underserved youth. Similarly, reductions to parks and recreation funding will result in fewer safe spaces for young people to gather, which is vital to the well-being and development of youth. It will also result in fewer sports programs, recreational opportunities, and summer after-school activities. We are also particularly concerned with the elimination of the Office of Child and Youth Success, under which the Youth Commission operates. Removing this office weakens coordination of youth-focused initiatives across the city and reduces support for mental health resources, youth development programs, leadership opportunities, and more. Ultimately, it undermines long-term investment in San Diego's young residents. This statement is being shared by YouthWell, a youth advocacy group. We had hoped to present these concerns in person, but the meeting time during school hours creates an additional barrier to youth participation and civic engagement. We understand that the city is facing a budget deficit. However, we ask that you consider the impact of this budget on approximately 20% of San Diegans who are youth and are not able to be present today to represent themselves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that. Wee Tran.
Hi, my name is Wee Tran, Executive Director of Big Voices. So back in 2018, maybe, I worked with Jan Campbell, Dr. Jan Campbell, and I remember how to tell the voters like how Kevin Faulconer was leaving the administration with a $2-point-something billion behind backlog on infrastructure. That was because the way that conservative people do budgeting is they only fix the thing in front of them and they leave the infrastructure behind. Years later, we still try to catch up on that. So in the same situation that we have today, different administration, same budget. Mayor Gloria just only focusing on fixing the little thing in front of him, but not worry about the infrastructure investment of the youth, of the art and culture. People come to San Diego for that. You want to bring more revenue into the city. You want to not cut for arts and culture. You want to bring the tourists here. And the youth, if we don't take care of them now, 10 years later, you will have a generation of people that you will have to how to support them.
Your time
So
has
please restore
concluded.
the cut.
Amy Nguyen.
Hello, Council. My name is Amy Nguyen. I am a resident of District 9. I work with youth, high schoolers, as a college advisor to make sure that they are college ready, that they are ready to find a job and be just overall adults. the cuts to libraries are going to massively impact these students that I work with. I have so many students from low-income Title I schools who are struggling because they can't find proper Wi-Fi to do their FAFSA. Like, how are they going to pay for college? We need more investments into our libraries so our students can be college ready. They do not need police to be there when they need mentorship. They need teachers. They need adults to be with them and teach them how the world is, how to navigate this world. Thank you.
Marianne?
Hello, my name is Mariana Hinojosa, and I live in City Council District 9. I'm here with YouthWill. The proposed elimination of the Office of Child and Youth Success cuts a $350,000 program that has already secured over $3.7 million in external funding, a return of more than 10 to 1. That includes $2 million for childcare expansion and $1.3 million for refugee student support. Eliminating this office puts millions of dollars and hundreds of childcare slots at risk. Childcare already costs families about $17,000 per year. When supply drops, costs rise, and access declines, forcing parents out of the workforce and increasing economic instability. Reducing youth services also increases the risk of youth homelessness and long-term disconnection, which carries far higher public costs. Are we prepared to accept higher rates of youth homelessness as a result of this cut? Are we really? I urge you to restore the $350,000 budget. Thank you.
Andrea Ognako? Andrea Ognako? Alexandra Castillo?
Hello, my name is Alex Castillo. I'm a constituent from District 8, and I'm here with YouthWill. Do not cut the Office of Child and Youth Success. OCYS helps families in San Diego by providing recreational, educational, and career opportunities. This is an investment for San Diego youth and families, one you are ripping away from them. It's a slap in the face to San Diego families in favor of police spending and surveillance that many community members do not want. Family members of San Diego need assistance when the cost of living goes up substantially. Gas prices, food prices, rent prices, it becomes more and more challenging to pay for childcare, and the OCYS bridges that gap through its childcare initiatives. San Diego youth need to feel supported. When day in, day out, they feel more isolated, overwhelmed by schoolwork, by obligations, by growing up. The OCYS is that support. In cutting OYCS, you are neglecting your constituents. Remember, you are employed to serve us. Thank you.
Tristan Berry? Tristan Berry. After Tristan, we have Carmen Penalosa Valdez. If you've already spoken, please return to your seats. Spoken. Carmen Penalosa Valdez, Somaya Fazel, Carlita Navarro, Ashley Tang, Paloma Quantenango, Belen Hernandez, Ali Arjona, Esme Quintero, and Shay James, I think is what it says. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserved seats. And Tristan, you can come up to the microphone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tristan Beery, and I'm a youth organizer here in San Diego, and I'm here with YouthWill. Please do not cut the Office of Child and Youth Success. OCYS is essential infrastructure and cross-departmental and outside agency coordination to ensure youth's well-being is a priority in the city. OCYS does an amazing job of encouraging civic engagement, which is critical for everyone to influence the city's decisions and visions. Through OCYS and partnerships, hundreds of young people now understand who their representatives are and how to get involved with the main functionalities of the city and what it's responsible for. Additionally, the Youth Commission needs authentic and dedicated support that mainly OCYS leadership has been providing continuously. At this point, you have heard from multiple commissioners, past and present, about how needed that leadership has been and still is. That is why I'm urging the city to restore the director level leadership for OCYS, maintain OCYS operational budget of full $350,000, retain OCYS staff, and prioritize employ and empower interns to support the understaffed operations, and divest from surveillance and into youth programs like OCYS.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Carmen?
Sorry, this is a little short. Make sure y'all can see that. Okay.
Hi, my name is Carmen, and I'm a resident of District 9. I serve as a policy and research intern at YouthWill, and I'm here to comment on the mayor's proposed budget. Do not cut the Office of Child and Youth Success. San Diego's youth families and their children deserve more than empty promises. They deserve meaningful investments in their future, such as childcare access, civic engagement, education, and workforce development. The OCYS has notably been getting involved in bridging the gap between government and workforce agencies. You all continuously talk about housing and affordability in the city, but we also need to emphasize the wages and the employment opportunities lacking in the regions, specifically for the thousands of unemployed youth that there are. I urge the city to restore the director level leadership for OCYS, maintain the operational budget. Mayor Todd Gloria said that there was no revenue, but there was grants totaling 3.7 million in external revenue, so that's a lie. Retain OCYS staff and prioritize their interns and cancel the Ubiqua $2 million contract. Divest from surveillance, it's creepy and it's weird.
So Maya?
Good afternoon. My name is Sumaya Fazal. I'm a resident of District 7, youth will intern and a student at SDCU. Please do not cut the OCI's office. This office supports youth families and creates real opportunities that makes a difference. This matters to me personally. I live in Afghanistan where many youth have no support, no safe space, and no opportunities. I've seen consequences, struggle, fear, and sometimes crime because there is no other option. Here in San Diego, I don't want you to feel the same way. As a civil engineering student, I'm learning that no structure can last without a strong foundation. So I ask everyone, specifically Mayor, how would you feel if I build a building for you in future with high and beautiful top but weak foundation? Would you trust and live in it? I'm confident you will not because it will collapse. And that's exactly what will happen with our community. Removing the foundation by cutting youth support will cost a lot in future. If you want San Diego to thrive, we must invest in foundation our youth. The OCI's office is an investment for more than 20% of our city's future. Thank you.
Carlita Navarro?
Hello, council members. My name is Carla Navarro. I'm a second-year student at Miramar College, resident of District 9, and here with Mid-City Kansas Youth Council. As a college student, I have seen the essential parks and libraries have become such a space for our young folks, especially our Mid-City Kansas Youth Council. We love to have so many projects there and currently have our Jeremy Henwood Revitalization Project. This is a space where youth can go to study, access internet, connect with friends, and feel safer after school. For many students, such as myself, these spaces have become means of public support and provided tools that foster learning. For many students as well, especially with those resources at home. When this proposal of the budget came out, I was extremely disappointed and it even worried me. I have grown up around these parks, like the Officer Jeremy Henwood Memorial Park and Peralta Park. I always remember playing on the play structures as a kid and slowly growing up, hanging out with multiple friends, and now use these parks to walk or run. These spaces have seen me grow. Thank you.
Ashley?
Hello. My name is Ashley Tong, and I'm a youth and resident at City Heights in District 9, representing Mid-City Kansas Youth Council since the students are at school right now. And so we came here today against the budget cuts that will harm our park staff. Like gardens that tend to the plants, these people maintain the spaces that will in turn nurture the sprouts of youth. Every day, they devote their energy to ensure the quality and the safety of spaces for youth to connect with the community, exercise, play, and simply enjoy time with loved ones. Cutting staff will only bring about new threats, endangering the safety of parks and the flourishment of youth, like their weeds growing, through the cracks of cement. So we ask you to continue funding for the parks and libraries and the recreation department if you advocate for the city's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Paloma Cuauhtenango? No, Paloma. Belén Hernández?
Hello, Honorable Council and Mayor. I am here on behalf of Mid-City Can and our Youth Council. The Mayor and the IBA today highlighted the ongoing shared concern about the deterioration of city infrastructure. One of the places we see this is in the backlog of park repairs. Cutting the maintenance staff and other key positions in the Parks and Rec Department will only worsen park conditions and increase the cost of eventual repairs. I have an alternative cut to propose. Cut the amount of time and the amount of money it takes to repair parks. Do you know how long it's taking to fix one park in City Heights? 5 years and $4 million to replace 2 playgrounds. It's too much time and it's too much money. You need to implement a leaner process for small capital improvements. We believe this can be done by authorizing the Parks Department to take care of minor repairs in-house. Grant them direct access to a deputized city engineer and protect the park's asset management team. Thank you.
Ali Arjona. After Ali, we have Esme Quintero, Shay James, Tiana Fair, Pat Wilson, Nadia Keen, Ayub, Cara Vetter, Mike Warburton, Holly Merton, and Christine Martinez. If you can all please come to the front row, please proceed.
Hello, I am 19 and I'm from Chula Vista, who use your social work organizations. If you cut these programs, you're cutting from other cities. I know youth that travel up here for resources. You are directly cutting my support, a youth from a low-income home. Do you want to affect the youth in a negative way? Cutting support for youth creates youth crimes and low mental health support. You are going to raise police, but at the same time raise crimes, a never-ending problem. The more you cut art and youth, the more crimes will show up. Arts are for the youth and adults, so cutting art will create mental health crisis along crime. Is that what you want? Are you here for the people, or you want to be noble? You want to make things right? That's why you're here, right? Here's a suggestion like you requested. Even though it's your job, how about we cut the additional money you receive? Be minimum wage. Know how we feel, and then maybe you'll see why we fight the way we do. Want to make a cut? Cut your paycheck and be for the people. I'd also like to say that I'm here as well with Mid-City Can. I'm here with Youth for Support.
Thank you for that concluding
And
comment.
LGBTQ services. Thank you.
Esme Quintero. Esme Quintero, no Esme? Is Esme coming in from another room? Shay James? Shay, I think it says James. Shay James? No? No Shay James? Shay James? Tiana Fair? Tiana Fair? Oh, okay. Pat Wilson? Pat Wilson, you have time seated to by MC. Thank you very much. Uteralde. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is a cowardly budget proposal. Instead of shifting through bloated department budgets, finding excess to trim and making equal investments in city services that keep people safe and give them hope for the future, the mayor has gone back to his tried and true tactics, giving more money to the powerful departments at the expense of the others. As presented, this proposal does what it has always done, tie up all but a tiny bit of the general fund, leaving scraps for us to fight over. We can do better. You've asked us to find cuts for any funding we'd like to restore. Fine. Where's the detailed department budget data? How can I access it? The IBA's office recently released data on the audit of the police department's FY26 budget. Thank you very much for that. And reviewing that enabled me to find expenses that look to merit further review. But I have no insight into whether those expenses were cut in making this fiscal 27 proposal. This whole process is too opaque to the public. I need you to ask the hard questions. Look behind the adjustments presented and question assumptions. What is the mean, the median, the mode cost of a fully loaded law enforcement officer? Is overtime actually cheaper? We'll talk soon about how cuts to libraries, parks, and the arts are actively harmful to San Diegans residents. You've already heard that today. I look forward to further conversations along here, and we are willing to help you find cuts if you will give us the data. Thank you.
Nadia Keen Ayub.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Nadia Keen Ayub, and I am the Executive Director of Rainbow Spaces. And in the 5 years of our existence, I have had the privilege of seeing the impact of city resources firsthand in the partnerships we share with the City of San Diego Libraries and Rec Services. It is difficult for me to advocate for simply housing, youth, or art services, as all intersect to uplift our youth. To cut these funds would impact those youth that use the downtown library as a refuge from an existence that no child should have to endure in a resource-rich metropolitan like San Diego. Just a few trolley stops further, you'll find dozens of youth that travel from the surrounding schools to the Logan Heights libraries, where they access computers, STEM programs, and homework assistance. I have seen librarians, rec employees, and nonprofits carry the weight of mental health supporters, food distributors, school tutors, and simply a shoulder as our youth carry the burden of an increasing mentality that supporting our
Thank you
communities
for that
are a
concluding
hindrance,
comment.
while supporting our rich is growth.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Kara Vetter? Kara, you have time ceded to you by Disha Cronover. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you for this time to speak on how important city funding is to the arts and culture community here in San Diego. My name is Kara Vetter, and I am part of the leadership team at the Museum of Us. I'm also a resident of District 9. Our museum is committed to removing access barriers so that all community members can participate in the arts and culture of San Diego. This past fiscal year, we have served over 115,000 visitors, with over 3,600 students and educators doing so through scholarships and free educator programs. And 31,000 individuals received free access through our equitable access programs. This work requires dedicated funding, and we have watched as city grant funding for our institution and others have decreased year over year. The cuts proposed to the 2027 budget drops that number to 0 and will weaken our ability to support our equitable access programs like Entry on Us and Discover and Go passes and more. These cuts mean it will be harder to remain affordable and accessible to our audiences. And for smaller organizations, this means cutting or ceasing services to our communities altogether. Many organizations will lose their ability to cost match grants for needed work, while others may not be able to keep or even grow their staff. We in the arts and culture community serve our audiences with love and care while employing many dedicated staff across the San Diego region. With grant funding from the city, our organizations are able to create vibrant events, programs, and exhibits that celebrate the diverse stories and histories of San Diego and are what draws so many people to our finest city as well. We call on the City Council to not cut this funding and to keep it in place so that we can continue to create and support the accessible and rich civic life that so many San Diegans are proud of. We urge you to do the right thing and to come together with us and find a path that continues to support the arts and culture of San Diego. Thank you.
Mike Warburton. Mike, you have time ceded to you by Victoria Pletner Saunders. Victoria? Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Mike Warburton, San Diego Model Railroad Museum in Balboa Park, and what a slap in the face to see that opening graphic with the picture of the tower and the dome, given these cuts for arts and culture. Speaking of slapping and gut punching, Councilmember Campillo had an interview this morning and talked about organizations in Balboa Park getting a double gut punch. And honestly, we've been dealing with a triple gut punch. The first one really is the lack of response and follow through on deferred maintenance. 7 times in 6 months, I've had water come into my exhibit spaces, right? I've had sewer backups over decades. Last year we had one, $170,000, and we closed for a week. So that's gut punch 1. Gut punch 2, of course, is a paid parking, and we won't talk about what's happening there. And then this, of course, the loss of funding. I really want to talk about that this goes beyond Balboa Park, though, that we're supposed to invest in the basics, I think I heard the mayor say. But he's been pushing this fear that you can have arts and culture or firemen. And that's just not right. We know that there's a huge difference between critical services and agenda-driven spending, right? Mr. Modica, there is $11 million in the budget for bike facility, and that's a fraction of the budget, but that's almost exactly what arts and culture funding is being cut. We can go bigger, and 271 million, almost a quarter billion, is in the budget for climate action plan items. So these are agenda-driven things. I'm not saying these are wrong to do, just they're not the right thing to do right now. We're in a budget crisis, right? And then the last thing I want to say is that this has been building over years. It's been said by the mayor and a number of people. Almost everybody on this council has been here 5.5 years, a couple 7.5 years. The mayor's been here 5.5 years. What happened? Why are we here? So restore arts and culture funding, look at these items that are agenda-driven items and not critical services. Thank you.
Holly Merton, you have time ceded to you by Donald Rudisil. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Happy National Library Week. I'm representing myself and Don Rudisil from the Friends of the Mission Hills Hillcrest Knox Branch Library in District 3. We urge council to reject proposed cuts to the library budget, especially staff, hours, and matching funds. Eliminating matching funds is like cutting off your nose to spite your face. As you know, the budget was already cut by over $6 million. Those cuts resulted in the closure of all 37 locations on Sunday and 20 locations on Mondays. Our branch was one of those library closures. Bookstore sales have already decreased 14%. That's 14% less for programs, resources, and for matching funds. Our community has been making its voice known through a grassroots postcard campaign. We will be submitting those responses to Councilmember Whitburn's office soon. The words safe space and community come up a lot, as well as, of course, books. Closing libraries shows us that our mayor and council members think that we're expendable. But from our standpoint, we're basically already paying taxes for services we're not getting. Police and protective services are essential, but libraries build the communities that they serve. Libraries and their skilled, trained staff members actively work every day to create the safe third space we need now more than ever to make positive connections on a face-to-face level. A city without those social connections will be full of disengaged, disconnected individuals unable to come together for the public good. Nothing else in the city serves so many so well as I think most of our other speakers here today have said. Public libraries are the people's university, except for Sundays and Mondays in our community, and who knows when else.
Thank you for that
very much.
concluding comment. Christine Martinez. After Christine Martinez, it's going to be Bob Lehman, Jennifer DePoyen, Peter Kaminsky, Josh Bohana, Joy Senyata, Jordan Jacobo, Delana Delgado, Andrea de la Rosa, Kate Burnite, Sophie Gonzalez, and Dale Naney. My apologies. Please come up to the front row and please proceed.
Hi, Christine Martinez here from Arts and Culture San Diego. If you're here for Arts and Culture, would you mind please standing up? And in the overflow rooms, many, many more people. And before that, at a rally before this meeting, hundreds and hundreds of arts and culture groups who were gutted by this proposal. $11.8 million represents all of our grants. Large and small organizations will feel this. The small organizations may in fact fold, and that's an economic engine that cannot just rev up again when we have the money next year. This is something that we'll feel for generations if we don't change it now. We ask the City Council to please stand with us, give us flat funding. These are programs that are in your districts that serve all of the community. Thank you.
Bob Lehman.
Council President and council members, April is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the state of California and here in San Diego. My name is Bob Lehman, Executive Director of San Diego Art Matters, and I'm here on behalf of hundreds of organizations, artists, and creative workers that make up San Diego's arts and culture community. We understand the financial pressure the city is under, and we are willing to be part of that shared solution. But this is not a shared reduction. This is nearly a complete elimination of the city's investment in arts and culture. And the impact is real. Lost jobs, programs cuts, from neighborhood festivals to major institutions, from youth programs to senior services. This affects every district. We're not asking for you to protect something extra. We're asking you to protect something essential, and we're here to work with you. We urge you to restore this funding, stand with your creative workforce, and stand with your communities. Thank you.
Jennifer DePoyen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I represent Space for Art, a nonprofit that provides affordable artist spaces in San Diego. I speak for the large, diverse community of local artists and low-wage culture workers who provide essential services to some of the most vulnerable and under-resourced members of our community. You all know that arts are essential to the city's economic and social well-being. You all know that the arts are an economic driver with a return on investment most Fortune 500 companies would envy. We are not asking for the moon. We are not even asking to keep pace with inflation, which is out of control. We're asking you to maintain the very small but absolutely crucial cultural investment that the city currently makes. We'll be back another year to advocate for more, for an even greater return on investment. But today we ask that you make the only reasonable choice before you, which is to restore 2027 funding to 2026
Thank you for
levels.
your-
Thank you.
Peter Kaminsky. Peter, you have time seated by Teresa Wolf. Please raise your hand. Thank you. By Carlos Cristiani. And by, oh, there were two Carlos Cristianis. So that is 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. I'm here because we're facing a choice that will define the character and economy of San Diego for generations. Mayor Gloria's proposed FY27 budget doesn't just trim arts funding, it effectively dismantles it with an $11.8 million reduction, zeroing out OSP and CCSD. It is far too easy and wrong to call arts and culture a nice to have. It is far too easy for the administration to say, we wish we could, while decimating our communities. And it is far too easy and wrong to just suggest that because these services are delivered by non-profits rather than city departments, they are somehow lesser priorities. They should not be, and they must not be. Let's talk about what's actually at stake. This sector isn't just simply galleries or stage lights. It's the economic engine that drives $1.1 billion in annual economic impact. It supports thousands of local jobs, jobs held by your constituents who are now facing layoffs. New data from Arts and Culture San Diego and San Diego Arts Matters shows that moving forward, we aren't just looking at fewer paintings on walls, fewer gallery hours. We're looking at permanent closure of institutions that anchor our neighborhood and our cultural identity. Once these organizations vanish, they don't simply come back when the economic improves. They are gone forever. You've each stated over multiple years that arts and culture are a priority for your districts. If it is a priority for you, it is a priority for our community. And if it is a priority for our community, it must be a priority for the city budget. We are calling on you today to reject these devastating cuts and maintain the FY26 funding levels. Do not accept the narrative that this is an option. This is the heartbeat of our neighborhoods and the backbone of our city. San Diego can't be without a soul. Please stand with the workers, the artists, and the millions of residents who rely on this sector. Reject these cuts. Cuts may be necessary, but I ask that you change the language and don't call these cuts necessary. Thank you very much.
Josh?
Good afternoon, Council. Josh Bohannon with Father Joe's Villages. I'm here to discuss homelessness funding in the budget as proposed. The upcoming budget eliminates a day center altogether and for the city of San Diego. Not just the closure of the Good Day Center, but there is no day center funding whatsoever. And the day center is probably your most cost-effective homeless solutions program that you have operating within the city. It's a standing site, the only standing site that can work with large populations of people. Last year, it saw 6,700 individuals came through our doors seeking a shower, seeking mail delivery services, laundry, working with case managers. We have to have a standing site where people can go who are experiencing homelessness, that can connect to their outreach worker who's trying to find them to give them shelter, try to find them to give them housing, speak with their medical teams who are trying to refill their prescriptions without a physical location anywhere. And there's not one that I'm aware of that's in the pipe. Homelessness services will fail.
Thank you, Joyce Anyata. After Joyce Anyata, it'll be Jordan Jacobo, Delana Delgado, Andrea de la Rosa, Kate Burnite, Sophie Gonzalez, Dale McHenning, Richard Provencio, Crystal Pridamont, Nathan Jones, and Carmen Quinones. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats at the front. Please proceed.
I am inspired by the words of President John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. End of quote. Dear public, all of you are at the very top of our city's organization chart. Our city has a structural budget deficit. Here are my inspired words for all of you. Ask not what your city can do for you. Ask what you can do for your city. Thank you for listening. Love to all.
Jordan?
My name is Jordan Jacobo. I'm an artist and a filmmaker. Now, as an artist, I see the value in the arts. But as a producer, let me speak in more practical terms. The arts bring in money. During its 6 weeks of filming here in San Diego County, the film One Battle After Another brought in an estimated $7 million into our economy. And I know of 2 other major productions that sought to film in San Diego last year but decided not to because the city was not equipped to accommodate them. And the mayor's proposed budget seeks to remove what little film engagement the city already has. This is just one of many facets San Diego arts of San Diego arts that are being affected. I know that money is currently scarce, but can we really afford to defund an industry that has demonstrated a proven ability to alleviate our financial struggles? All I'm asking is that you do right by all of your constituents. Thank you.
Delana? Delana Delgado? Oh, then she'll raise her hand when we get there. Andrea de la Rosa? Andrea, you have time seated by Bill Lawrence. If you can please raise your hand. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Council President, and council members, and Mayor Gloria. My name is Andrea DeRosa. I'm a District 2 resident, a business owner operating in multiple districts, and I serve as a trustee of the San Diego History Center, which serves constituents across all your districts. What if a relatively small public investment is helping protect more than $1 billion in economic activity in our region? That's exactly what's at risk today. The city's proposed budget currently recommends potential cuts to the organizational supports program administered by the City of San Diego Commission of Arts and Culture, putting institutions like ours and others at real risk. The funding is not excess, it is essential civic infrastructure. In Balboa Park alone, arts and culture generate more than $350 million annually and support roughly 3,000 jobs. Across San Diego, the sector drives over $1 billion in economic impact, fueling tourism, small businesses, and regional vitality. These are not marginal contributions. They are foundational to our community and economy. For the History Center, the funding supports exhibitions, education, preservation, and access to our shared story. It's the modest investment in an outsized return. We are also uniquely positioned through the Center for Women's History, ensuring women's voices are not an aside, but permanently embedded in how our region understands its past and shapes its future. At the same time, institutions across the park are already seeing declining attendance due to paid parking, creating new barriers at a moment when access should be expanding. Cutting funding while access declines does not solve a deficit, it compounds it. If we're serious about fiscal responsibility, We must run our city like a business, protecting high-performing assets. Arts and culture are not discretionary. They are revenue-generating infrastructure. San Diego's story, its economic future are deeply rooted. This
Your
is a
time
moment
has
for leadership.
concluded.
Let's protect
Ma'am, I
and
do
grow
have
what
to
drives
be fair. Kate Burnett.
Hi, my name is Kate. I'm a resident of District 9 and an employee of an arts institution in District 3's Balboa Park. I'd like to propose that support for the arts is, in fact, a core service. There will always be another pothole for the city to fill. There will always be another ticket to write. There will always be another initiative to hire somebody to manage. But without having a museum to host something like the world-class exhibition of artwork that Alicia Keys and Swizz Beatz have, or keeping Balboa Park and Chicano Park vibrant, or creating the kinds of cultural opportunities that make hosting a conference at the convention center worth the investment, those all take funds as well. And those are things we consider to be core to the city. As you all consider this budget over the next 2 months, you will define the foundational structure of the city. Without supporting the cultural infrastructure that makes life fulfilling, a city is nothing more than concrete and rebar, and that's not where we want to live.
Sophie Gonzalez.
Hello, good afternoon, council members. My name is Sophie Gonzalez. I'm a student at the San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts, a resident of District 8, and a proud participant in San Diego Junior Theater. I'm a recipient of Junior Theater's You Will Be Found scholarship. OSP funding helped provide these scholarships, and without that support, I would not have been able to participate in Junior Theater's programs. That scholarship didn't just help me take theater classes, it gave me a place to grow, build confidence, and discover what I'm capable of. The arts saved my life. I'm also employed as a teaching aide, which means I help younger students have that same experience. I've seen firsthand how important this program is, especially for students who might not otherwise have access to the arts. The arts will save their lives. If funding is eliminated, opportunities like mine could disappear for so many others. Students like me deserve a chance to learn, create, and be part of something meaningful. Please protect arts funding so that more young people in District 8 and across San Diego can have the same opportunities I've had. Thank you.
Dale.
Hi, everyone. Oh my God, that was loud. My name is Dale McEnany, and I'm from the South Bay. Like everyone here, I'm pretty disappointed with the mayor's proposed budget. We are one of the most diverse cities in the country, and with almost 1.5 million people living in our neighborhoods, slashing funding for the arts by over 80% will harm everyone. Our unique position as America's largest border city is inseparable from San Diego's artistic tradition, and this is worth protecting. Art is how we communicate our complex culture and history with each other and the wider world. Strong funding promotes tourism because, ask yourself, you've never wanted to go visit an ugly city. We're very fortunate to have a very beautiful city with a ton of amazing artists. Strong funding also creates jobs and it stimulates local economies. I understand the city is in a fiscal crisis, but such severe cuts to the arts will disrupt other revenue streams the city and county relies on. Thank you so much for your time.
Richard Provencio. Richard, you have time ceded to you by Suzanne Renee Oveld. Thank you so much. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
What up, City Council? Happy 420. I wanted to say that my name is Richard Provencio. I'm a District 2 member. I am on the board of Medium Photo. I'm an artist and a father and a whole lot of other things, including a veteran and a former CPA, which is interesting. I found some very interesting details about the presentations earlier that I'd love to talk about. Something that one of my friends, Steve from Vet Art, always brings up, and he's been on a campaign to advocate for more art spending in our city because cities like New York City have 20% of their budget dedicated to the arts, whereas San Diego historically has only 8%. So already there's like a really small 12% difference. That's a mathematic little action there. But when I saw the presentation earlier, I saw the total budget was in the 6 billion mark, and 11 million divided by 6 billion, that's 0.2% of the budget is dedicated to the arts, and that's what we're going after. It feels a little unfair. So to my folks behind me, I can't see you because I got to face the microphone, but just pay attention. Just because someone wears a blue tie doesn't mean that they're for the people. And if your city council members are also not for the people, then it's time to get these folks out of here, because I'm tired of the library and the arts and everything that is for the people. Third spaces, this is what's always on the cutting block. This is always what's on the cutting block. Yet we have so much police spending and we don't need it. And nobody, raise your hand if you want flock up in here. Okay, so we would love it if y'all started listening to the people instead of the politicians that are paid, or they get whatever kind of kickbacks or power or whatever they get. Thank you.
Crystal?
Hi, my name is Crystal Pridmore. I'm a lifelong San Diegan, or a resident of District 7, and a music educator of over 20 years. This year, I left my position in the Chula Vista Elementary School District because I was deeply discouraged by the systematic dismantling of our award-winning music and arts programs over the last 10 years or so. I now serve through the San Diego Youth Symphony and through Guitars in the Classroom as a teaching artist, and both of these organizations are facing devastating cuts due to this proposal. We work with at-risk youth. We work in public libraries. We are everywhere, home hospitals. This is not just about the kids, though. San Diego's art scene drives tourism, supports jobs, shapes our identities, and taxpayers benefit from a vibrant cultural life, not just basic services. And I'm seeing a pattern. Schools cut the arts as soon as there's a funding hiccup, and now the city is proposing to do the same. And it's not okay. These cuts dismantle an entire ecosystem that will not easily be rebuilt. You cannot claim to support community and cut the arts.
Thank you for that concluding statement. Nathan Jones? Nathan Jones?
You guys are doing so good, and I know you're getting excited and probably a little tired.
You have time stated by Evelyn Marr. Thank you so much. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Nathan Jones. I'm a District 3 resident, and I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I serve this country because I believe in duty, courage, and having a backbone to look at something wrong and stand up against it. And to be 100% clear, what we're seeing here today is wrong. I'm not just concerned about these budget cuts. I'm deeply disappointed and disgusted that this council is even considering eliminating arts funding. In a city like San Diego, arguably the most beautiful city in the world, cutting what makes this city beautiful is not just a bad decision, it's a failure of leadership. San Diego's identity is inseparable from its art and culture, from the museums and performance spaces and the organ of Balboa Park, to the unbridled legacy of the Old Globe Theater, to the powerful community murals in Barrio Logan. This city has a rich history in investing in creativity because it knows it matters. As a Marine, I've seen firsthand how deeply art is tied and necessary for the service, starting from the very moment I stood upon the painted yellow footprints of this city's MCRD, where I vowed to protect my country, my brothers, and my Corps. Art, from yellow footprints to murals, allow us to tap into the truth of who we are, what we endure, and what we stand for. To stand here and watch this council treat the arts as expendable is disgusting and frankly insulting to the people who built this city's cultural foundation and to the people of San Diego itself who would rely on it. At the same time, public safety continues to dominate the general fund, with the police department alone set to receive $718.6 million in funding. Let's be clear, a city that pours everything into enforcement while stripping away creativity, opportunity, and expression is not prioritizing safety. It's neglecting it in a different form. The arts are not a luxury. They are connection and prevention. They are healing, especially for veterans like myself, who are trying to transition and find purpose after service, and especially to the vets who have been injured in service. If you're not willing to stand up for something as fundamental as the arts, if you're not willing to push back and say this matters, then you seriously need to ask yourself why you're in those seats, because leadership requires conviction. If you lack that conviction to stand up for what is right, step aside for
Your
someone who
time
needs it.
has concluded.
Very passionate. He was allowed to yell. He was allowed to make his point. Hold down the clapping, and then we can get through. I don't know. What have we still got? 100?
We still got 2, 4, 6, 8, over 100 still. Carmen Quinones? And then as Carmen comes up, if I can have Sean Boyd, Alicia Prescott, Lauren Cook, Fred Adair, Jess Barron, Kate Burnite again. She didn't come up the first time. Kate Burnite, Janika Faulkner, Kaya Ortega, Michael Schmidt, and Valerie all please come up to the front row. Please proceed.
Afternoon, council members. My name is Carmen Quinones, and I reside in Councilmember Joe LaCava's district. I grew up at San Diego Junior Theater, and the foundation I built there helped propel me to New York, where I became a Broadway producer. The arts education I received at Junior Theater and within San Diego's vibrant arts and culture scene didn't just shape my career, it shaped my understanding of collaboration, leadership, and storytelling. Those skills carried me into one of the most competitive creative industries in the world. Today, I'm back in San Diego reinvesting that experience into this community through arts education. With support from OSP funding, I've been able to return to junior theater as a director, working directly with the next generation of artists, creative thinkers, and community leaders. I've seen firsthand, both in New York and here in San Diego, how the arts contribute to a healthy economic ecosystem. They create jobs, attract investment, and strengthen communities, things you all know. Eliminating arts funding doesn't just impact programs, it disrupts that entire ecosystem and limits what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean Boyd.
Sean Boyd, Executive Director of Trinity Theater Company. Arts and culture is not a bargaining chip. Last year, our funding was reduced by $1.8 million, which led to a drop of TOT city revenue in excess of $6 million. The mayor's defenses regarding voters' tolerance for tax increases are disingenuous. In 2020, we passed Measure C, which increased the tourism tax by 3%, allowing funding for the convention center. In 2022, California's passed Prop 28, which inserted funding for arts education in schools. Both passed with 65%. The discretionary penny tax did not. Voters said they support the arts, not the mayor's discretionary spending. The individuals in this room are experts in their fields. We are experts in the economics and the arts. We are experts in the economics of tourism, and we understand deeply the interdependency between funding of our institutions and the city's income. The mayor does not. Please restore our funding to $14 million, and please invite us into the conversation before May revisions.
Alicia Prescott.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Prescott, and I've served 20 years in the military, and I'm here because of the role that arts has played in my healing and resilience and those of my brothers and sisters in arms. In San Diego, the arts are not a luxury. They are a part of a mental health safety net for service members and veterans. Creative programs are built into residential and outpatient treatment programs across the region. My peers and I personally benefit from programs like the Veterans Art Project, where art therapy helps manage PTSD, depression, and supports transition into civilian life. These programs don't just help people leave the force, they help many of us stay in the fight and return to service. Cutting arts programs means cutting a part of the prevention system. Beyond health impacts, arts and culture supports thousands of jobs, generate revenue. Cutting this funding, and we should expect our homelessness population to rise. I thought I was going to have a job in the arts when I got out shortly. I'm not sure about that anymore. 22 veterans a day. Thank you.
Lauren Cook.
I'm Lauren Cook with the San Diego Architectural Foundation. I'm the executive director. We have a small amount of this funding that comes about it, but I stand with everyone here because, again, there's no one in our city that isn't here. Everyone is here, and we're all going to be cut. There's nothing that we are not representing here today, and I think that you mentioned in the budget analysis that you're going to be talking about that when you got to the bottom of it. So I guess you really don't need to work on it because everyone is here. We're all represented. So I think we probably should just go home. We're okay, right? So what we do with our money is we use it for kids. Something we all talked about it too. Yesterday, Saturday and Sunday, they worked together, 7th, 8th, and 9th graders, put together a city. They built it, and then they talked about how it should be developed. And they got in a fight about coastal access. That's what we taught them. Think about that.
Thank you for that concluding
At 13.
comment. Fred Adair.
Hi, it's a pleasure to meet everybody today. Your suits look very clean, well pressed, and I genuinely consider all of your haircuts to be very fashionable for the time. To everybody here, I'm proud of everybody that showed up. You're all showing the guts that San Diegans need to have. We all need to have guts because we're all part of San Diego. Fact of the matter is, my life was saved by the arts. My dad was a pedophile and a thief. My mom's a drug addict. My stepdad was the #1 heroin trafficker in the Western Hemisphere. His name is Mike Wheat. Look it up. When I was beaten by the people that abused me, I ran to Balboa Park and hid. I opened a comic book store here in San Diego called Crazy Fred's Comic Book Lounge. And was here for 17 years before I lost everything in the riot 6 years ago. Everything was burned down. You can see me in the news. I was the only guy crying because it sucked. And it was my pleasure to bring the arts in that fashion, like with the San Diego Comic Con and what have you. One of the things,
Thank you.
memories long,
Jess
and they're
Barron.
going to remember.
Jess Barron.
Hi, friends. I'm Jess. I'm the founder executive director of Guitars and Ukes in the Classroom. Thank you for your support. Appreciate what you're doing and ask you to take a breath because this isn't easy for you guys, just like it's scary for us to get up and talk about this. I just want to bring one thing to your attention. Only 0.7% of San Diego responded to the mayor's survey. I want you to think about the 97, right? There 99.3% of the people that didn't fill out the survey because most of us are buried in our inboxes as you guys are, right? And most of us are working 2, 3 jobs, or we're working like me in the arts 70 hours a week. And it's really hard to get to an email survey. So please take these speakers to heart today because they're bringing you the vulnerable population that we all serve. We're representing San Diego and the San Diego you didn't hear from yet. So please don't rely on a little survey. Think about this. Thank you.
Kate Burnett. Kate Burnett. Janika Faulkner. Janika, you have time ceded to you by Itzel Maganda Chavez. Please raise your hand. Thank you. As well as Ted Womack. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hakamayu Tamenya. I am Janika, a D4 resident with Alliance San Diego and the member of Community Budget Alliance. Every year, we fight for a people's budget that equitably spends public dollars, prioritizes communities and neighborhoods with the greatest need. Our collective goal for a people's budget actively combats systemic racism, discrimination, and income inequality. The current budget does the opposite. You cannot cut your way out of inefficiency. You have to address it. The proposed budget is closing a roughly $118 million gap with about $76 million in cuts, $26 million in labor concessions, and $44 million in higher costs to residents. It pushes over $100 million into the future, including $80 million in reserves and $30 million in risk funding. The impact is landing on vital services families depend on daily, such as youth services, libraries, rec centers, arts and culture, as well as the stormwater department that has been significantly underfunded for years. We, the people, have the power to change the proposed budget targeted at the programs and services that our communities need. We need libraries, we need parks and rec, we need youth programs, equity offices, and climate justice initiatives. We don't need to be pouring more money into criminalizing our communities. These cuts strip away the city's capacity to address any emergency repairs on our stormwater infrastructure. You don't remove capacity before you've built a more efficient system to replace it. This current budget strategy has been cuts now, costs later, and residents paying the costs in between. I urge you, the city council members, to listen to your constituents and help right these wrongs by fully restoring these programs and services we need. We need to make bold investments in our people, not punishment. Please act now to uplift the people's budget and modify the budget to reflect the people's needs. For the remainder of my time, I would like to take a moment of silence and honor the lives lost in the floods of January 2024. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kaya Ortega?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kaya Ortega, and I'm here on behalf of the Old Globe Theater to urge you all to reconsider the devastating arts and culture cuts proposed in Mayor Gloria's FY27 budget. These cuts actively threaten our entire creative economy. They threaten the art forms we're trying to preserve, and they threaten our collective capacity to deliver vital programming. The Old Globe is an anchor institution. We've been serving this city for over 90 years. Last year, we served over 250,000 folks through live main stage productions, and we served over 30,000 folks through free community programming. We employ over 700 people each year. And with this proposed budget, the city is telling artists, creatives, cultural workers, and the communities that rely on this programming that this city is not the city for them. The Globe generates more than $45 million in economic impact for the city, supporting jobs, local businesses, and tourism that benefits the city. Thank you.
Michael Schmidt? We still have some trickling in, so we're at about 115 speakers left. Michael Schmidt, please proceed.
Well, hello, good afternoon. Hi, I'm Michael Schmidt with District 5. I just want to point out, I'm unhappy the fact that the budget just got approved, that it's getting cut, and I just don't appreciate, especially for people cutting down hours over at the libraries, including downtown San Diego and near Rancho Penasquitos that got almost shut down. It's just sad for me, and I don't appreciate it, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Valerie? Valerie, please come up to the microphone. After that, we have Robert Morales, Greg. Greg, so is read that? You can tell me what it is when you get up here, please. I'd like to know. Phil Jaman, Whitney Shea, Susanna Paredo Swap, David Bennett, Nate Fairman, Mary Soriano, and Raul Salamanca. If you can all please come up to the front row. Robert Morales, if you can please come up to the microphone. Robert Morales, and I didn't have a Valerie here. Valerie? No? So Robert, you have time stated to you by Rudy Lombardia. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Council members, good afternoon. Folks, please stand with me. This is important. My name is Robert Morales. I represent IATSE Local 122. I'm the business manager for them. I represent more than 2,800 workers across San Diego's arts and entertainment industry. People who bring life to our stages, support our venues, and help power the local economy. I want to be clear, this proposed budget is not the numbers on a page. The reduction in the arts funding will mean fewer jobs, fewer hours, and real hardship for working families. We are seeing longer lines in our own food banks. Our members are feeling it now. But we are not here just to point fingers at the problem. We are here to ask for a better path forward. The budget is not final. There's still time to make adjustments that reflect true value in the arts in our city, not just culturally, but economically. Our industry supports tourism, small business, and thousands of livelihoods. We urge you to invest in solutions that grow jobs, supporting a stronger film office, that's a good thought here, would attract film and television production to our region, bringing in new jobs for our workers while filling hotel rooms, supporting restaurants, and driving revenue into our local businesses across the city. We are asking you to work with us, find solutions that protect jobs, sustain our institutions, and ensure that San Diego's future still includes thriving arts and entertainment in our communities. Our workers are not asking for a special treatment. They're asking for a fair chance to continue working, to pay their bills, and to contribute to the city. We are ready to partner with you, but we need a plan that includes all of us. Thank you.
Greg? You have time ceded to you by Robert Welper. If you can please raise your hand. Thank you. And Matt Carr? Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
was not prepared for that, but I'll give you a good two. And so, good afternoon, council members. My name is Greg Sowizdrzal. It was a good shot, though. And I'm here on behalf of IATSE Local 122. I understand the city is facing a deficit, and I understand that difficult decisions have to be made. But cuts like these do not solve the problem; they make them worse. What is being proposed here does not just affect organizations on paper. It affects people, it affects workers, it affects the crews, technicians, and art workers whose jobs depend on these institutions and programs continuing to function. These cuts would hit places like the Old Globe Theater, the San Diego Opera, where my members work. They're the people behind the scenes who build it, run it, support it, and make it all happen. When funding is cut this deeply, the impact does not stop at a budget line. It reaches the workers whose hours, livelihoods, and stability depend on that work being there. And on the film side, this is especially troubling. San Diego is just beginning to see real momentum again for like the first time in like 15 years. We're starting to see more activity, more interest, and more opportunity. To eliminate the film office now, at the very moment that momentum is starting to build, would be a major mistake. Film production does not happen by accident. It takes coordination, permitting, responsiveness, and city staff who understand how these projects work. Weakening that capacity now does not put San Diego in a better position, it puts us further behind. If the city needs to restructure, then pause and do it with the community in this room. Bring together the arts community, labor, and the stakeholders who will be affected and work out a better solution. We're here for this because once this kind of capacity is lost, it's not easy to rebuild. I urge you not to move forward with cuts to this magnitude without first sitting down with the arts community and find a better path. Thank you.
Phil? John? No? No Phil? Johmon? Whitney Shea?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Whitney Shea. I'm a second-generation San Diego native and a tax-paying small business owner as a full-time performer here. I've been involved in various nonprofit arts organizations in San Diego as a youth attendee, an instructor, and performer my entire life. In 2020, being an artist was considered the most unessential occupation, but we quickly learned how truly important the arts were during that difficult time. After COVID decimating many artists' careers, federal funding cuts from the Trump administration, I'm appalled that the city would propose full funding cuts to hundreds of arts and cultural programs. Looking at the previous data shown in the proposed budget, what was not addressed was the loss of thousands of jobs that will be likely, and the likely increase in crime rates by this proposed budget. Today's impassioned testimonials across multiple organizations are a clear indicator that eliminating an entire sector
Your
is
time has
unjust.
concluded. Thank you for your comments. Suzanne Barredo Swap?
Thank you, Honorable City Council, Mayor, and Council President. Thank you for your time and your service to the community. I know this is not an easy decision, and yet somehow it's the easiest decision of all. I am the founder of Vanguard Culture. We're an arts magazine, and I also serve on the board of Women in Tourism and Hospitality International. I'm a resident of District 2, and my office is in District 3. The mayor mentioned that revenues are not keeping up the pace with spending. And the reason for this is that we have not invested significantly in the cultural infrastructure that would attract significant cultural tourism to our region. Studies show again and again that cultural tourists stay longer and spend more money in the cities they visit than a traditional leisure tourist. The spend can be between 30 and 60% more. Cultural tourists are more likely to stay at hotels than traditional leisure tourists. Heads and beds equal increased TOT dollars. We cannot attract cultural tourists without a thriving arts and culture ecosystem. That
Thank you for that
requires
concluding
investment and
comment.
creativity. Thank you.
David Bennett? David, you have time ceded to you by Llewellyn Crane. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm David Bennett. I'm the Joanne Clark General Director and CEO of San Diego Opera, and I live and work in District 1. I'm here today to implore you to reject the disastrous elimination of arts and cultural program support in the mayor's proposed budget. Today, the mayor before us chose to refer to this as a pause in his introduction, but it is an elimination. No other city in the United States is proposing complete elimination of arts support. This is not emblematic of America's finest city. I recognize that balancing a budget is a complicated and nuanced process. Ask any of the arts leaders that are here in the room or around San Diego. Every year, we go through the same process you're facing now. When contemplating cutting expenses, I know that I have to understand the impact of those cuts on revenue. It is generally not neutral. San Diego's arts and cultural economic activity, the direct activity, is around 1.2 billion, but the larger economic impact throughout San Diego is actually nearly 10 times larger. Elimination of program support will absolutely mean elimination of programs, which will mean less economic impact on other businesses, which will result in less tax revenue to the city. Vibrant arts and cultural activity is also strongly connected to a city's ability to attract new businesses. Many San Diego arts organizations also provide desperately needed arts education programs to students throughout our city. The opera alone spends nearly $300,000 a year on such programs, which leads to documented higher academic achievement and attendance. Elimination of programmatic support will surely mean the elimination of many of these programs. On November 12th, the Union Tribune ran an article stating that you, the City Council, declared arts cuts would be off the table in budget discussions this year. I ask you to honor this pledge and strongly reject the mayor's proposed elimination of arts funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Fairman.
Nate Fairman, IBW Local 465, representing artists and educators at the new Children's Museum in downtown San Diego. Please reverse the $11 million in cuts to our sacred arts programs that our museums depend on. We represent frontline artists and educators who provide essential services to thousands of children every single year. They work alongside wonderful artists in the region and provide priceless art educational programs that spark a lifelong interest in the arts. Imagination, creativity, expression, compassion, empathy. These seeds are planted by the hardworking and selfless employees at the new Children's Museum, our union artists at the museum. And with these cuts, our institutions like NCM will suffer. Our members will suffer. Artists across the city will suffer. We plead with the council to reverse these cuts today. Art is not an elective experience. It is the lifeblood of a blossoming city and the heartbeat of a brighter future. Don't blow out the candle of our children's future by eliminating the essential funding to our city's arts institutions. Thank you.
Mary Soriano.
Mary Soriano, President of La Jolla Town Council. Art represents culture and assists with mental health. Mayor's Resident Budget Survey, Fiscal 2027, community feedback reflects strong dissatisfaction and choosing public safety funding over other essential city services. We shouldn't have to sacrifice either. City reserves, eliminate. CIP 5-year 2027-2031, page 16. Recent city auditor estimated deferred maintenance liabilities to exceed $1 billion. If reserves are eliminated, where is the city going to get the money? Taxpayers, fire department, and lifeguards. We can't afford to cut personnel. Last year, on one holiday, lifeguards were watching over 1 million beachgoers. Wildfire community relations, also known as wildfire prevention specialists.
Thank you for
They
that
assist
concluding
with brush
comment.
management.
Raul Salamanca. Raul, you have time stated to by Alexandria Martini. Thank you. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. Thank you for your time and your service. My name is Raul Salamanca. I am the founder and artistic director of Golden State Ballet and co-founder and co-director of Golden State Ballet Academy here in San Diego. And I'm also a resident of District 9. I'm here today not only as an arts leader, but as someone who has dedicated his life to this field. First, as a professional dancer, and now as someone leading an organization that serves this community. I want to speak plainly. The proposed elimination of funding for arts and culture is not just a budget adjustment. It is a decision that will have lasting consequences for the cultural and economic health of our city. The arts are not a luxury. They are a core part of what makes San Diego a vibrant, desirable place to live. They create jobs, they bring people to downtown, support small businesses, and provide a meaningful opportunity for young children and adults. Through our company, we employ professional dancers and bring performances to our community at a high level. Our production of The Nutcracker at the Civic Theater in collaboration with the San Diego Symphony brought in over 17,000 people together last year, contributing to the vitality of our local economy. We also operate a school that works with and inspires children every day, helping them to shape the next generation of artists and audiences. That kind of impact does not happen in isolation. It happens because there's an ecosystem that supports it. Our nonprofit company is part of that ecosystem. It would be directly affected by these cuts. When funding is removed, it weakens the entire arts community. It reduces opportunities. It limits what is possible for artists and audiences alike. This is about more than numbers on a page. It's about access, it's about opportunity, it's about whether we are choosing to invest in a future where the arts remain part of everyday life in San Diego. I urge you to reconsider these cuts, and I recognize the long-term value of sustaining arts and culture in our city. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Alessandra Moctezuma. Alessandra Montezuma, if I can ask the following individuals to also come up to the front row. Akila Templeton, Nicole Verdes, Nicole Oga, Veronica Von Barstel, Kristen Klein, Heather Brose, Jillian Quint, and Sherry Eden Barber, as well as Kendall Mo. Now, Alessandra, you have several people ceding you time. If they can please raise their hand. Jake Selters, or Setters, or Selters. Gabriela Ponce. Thank you. Jennifer Coraz. Jennifer? I don't see a Jennifer raising her hand. Sarah Anderson? Thank you. And Jillian Kodama. Jillian Kodama? Oh, thank you. That will be 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alessandra Moctezuma. I'm a resident of District 3, and I work in District 7. I'm also the chair of the San Diego Arts Commission, a volunteer body that advises and supports cultural affairs. We are the front-facing advocates for the arts, and we have been leading the implementation of the Creative City Master Plan. And I can tell you that this decision to zero out the budget for FY27 for our arts organizations came as a complete surprise. It felt like a kick in the gut. The timing could not have been worse. We were in the middle of reviewing grant applications for what would have been our largest group of awardees ever, 229 organizations. These organizations, large and small, exist in every district in the city. More than half of the programs they provide are free and community facing. For FY 2025, they included 5.3 million free admissions. Beyond the cultural value, they are powerful economic drivers. San Diego's own data shows that the nonprofit art sector generates $1.2 billion in economic activity and supports nearly 170,000 jobs and produces hundreds of millions in tax revenue. That's not abstract. When people attend arts events, they spend money at restaurants, on parking, on transportation. For example, Comic-Con received about $300,000 in city support and generated $160 million for the local economy. San Diego Pride, with a similar investment, generated $30 million. Anyone could tell you that an investment that grows 100 times or 500 times is a good one. And yet, we are cutting $12 million from a $6.4 billion budget. How does that make sense? Cutting the smallest amounts to balance the budget. What does that say about equity? In the current federal climate, many organizations have seen loss of funding with the cancellation of federal grants like the NEA, NEH, and IMLS. In addition, the cancellation of city funding will also put at risk matching grants. So it's a double loss for many of the organizations. This decision is disastrous and unprecedented. Looking back at the funding for arts and culture for the last 37 years, the budget was kept mostly whole, even in the worst economic times, after 2008 and during the pandemic. Previous mayors never slashed the arts in this way. If you want to look back at history, President Roosevelt actually enacted the WPA to deal with the Great Depression as a solution to the economic crisis, to provide jobs, but also to bring joy and relief. As a professor of museum studies, I have spent 25 years preparing my students for careers in this sector. Right now, I have students whose families are in crisis. This morning, one told me that his mother was detained by ICE. Another has just been evicted. How do I go back to my classroom and tell them that their city does not support them or the career path that they chose? Which is hard for people of color, to choose this path. As an immigrant raised within the Chicano arts movement, I have lived the power of art. Places like Chicano Park, World Beat Center, Centro Cultural de la Raza, the Chicano Park Museum, the Front in San Isidro, Aja projects show us that the arts are not just an expression. They are how communities find agency, connection, and power. The arts are not a luxury. They foster economic growth, but just as importantly, they provide healing and hope. Last fall, many of you made commitments to keep the arts funding whole. I urge you to honor that commitment and reconsider this decision and to restore this funding. We in the Arts Commission will be happy to sit down with you and provide some alternatives or advice. Because this is not just about the arts, it is about the kind of city that we choose to be and the kind of future we want to provide to the next generation.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Akila Templeton. Akila, you have time ceded to you by Marshall Anderson. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council President and council members. My name is Akila Templeton. I'm the CEO of Veterans Village of San Diego, which has served San Diego's veteran community for 45 years. Our mission is to leave no veteran behind by providing housing, treatment, supportive services that assist homeless veterans and their families. I actually want to switch gears here a little bit to talk about funding that we actually don't want, okay? Right, that's right. So unfortunately, the proposed 1.9 million allocation to create a 72-bed interim shelter for beds that actually don't exist on our campus threatens to put that mission at risk. There is no guarantee that this money is going to go to veterans. There's no plan for that money to go to Veterans Village of San Diego to administer the types of programs that we know work. We did not request this funding. We have not agreed to any program that would allow the city to wrest control of our campus while displacing members of our homeless veteran community. We have communicated these concerns directly to the mayor's office, the Housing Commission, and all of you. Despite that, in a year with so many cuts, this item remains in the proposed budget. Additionally, the proposal appears to have been developed and advanced without your direction as the housing authority and without stakeholder agreement and without ongoing funding. It seems that we have a simple math problem here. Take the money that we don't want and give it to these fine young people. I'm so proud of you guys. Keep fighting.
Nicole Verdes.
Hi, my name is Nicole. I use they, she pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of Lambda Archives of San Diego, the only LGBTQ plus archive serving the San Diego-Tijuana binational region. I'm here because archives exist at the intersection of arts, culture, and community memory, and this proposed budget threatens all three. Cities that invest in arts and humanities invest in the conditions where communities thrive: connection, belonging, economic opportunity, and the sense that every person's story matters. Larry T. Baza, a San Diego arts leader and LGBTQ+ community pillar, warned in 1991 that budget cuts to the arts would push us into a cultural war. He called it the us and them syndrome. That warning is not just history, it is this moment. At a moment when our history is being actively erased at the federal level, cutting local arts and culture funding is not a neutral fiscal decision. It is an additional threat to communities already fighting to be seen and remembered. I urge you to reject these threats and invest in what holds us together. Thank you.
Nicole Oga? No Nicole Oga? Veronica Von Barsta?
Hi, good afternoon. I am representing District 3, which Stephen and I have worked together on several projects, and I'm always so proud of our mayor. We've worked together for a long time, and all of the representation that you've done for the LGBT district of Hillcrest, and we respect and honor that, and thank you for your work all of this time. But it does need to be said that this measure does disproportionately affect our communities. That's a safe area and a safe space for us.
The Old Globe Theater and the La Jolla Playhouse send more shows to Broadway than any other place in the entire world. We are represented anywhere that we go, and San Diego is the best of the artists that represent in this country. We are very rare and very few, and we are fighting to stay here, and we are fighting to be a part of this community. We ask you to return our budget.
Thank you. Kristen Klein? You have time seated by Catherine Reams. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
What up, Council? I'm Kristen Klein, and IATSE Local 122 stagehand of District 9, asking you to reconsider the mayor's proposal. For many people, the arts and entertainment are a luxury. Concerts, plays, cons, and dance shows can be leisure escapes for these crazy times. For us artists, this is our livelihood, our community, our lives. We create, perform, and make art and events happen to bring people together in the good times and the bad. Even just last year, when there was an earthquake, we brought an emergency meeting together last second at the Civic Theater next door. Do you remember that? We do. We come together when times are hard, which is why there are so many of us here today. America has always been known, San Diego has always been known as America's finest city. And this is because our culture, just as much as our location, is beautiful. Keep our city a place worth visiting if you want your revenue. We hold the famous Comic-Con. There's so many music and Broadway tours that start or end here in San Diego. We're part of a larger entertainment ecosystem than just the scope of our city. The arts mark the blueprints of our past, our progress, and are a teaching tool for our future. They are inclusive for all and unify our human experience. Cutting the arts and library budgets will not only cut the heart of San Diego, but of our collective souls. Please listen to us, the people of San Diego, and bring balance to the budget by funding more of our culture and find your cuts elsewhere.
Heather Bros?
Good afternoon, Council, and specifically you, Mr. Whitburn. I am your constituent. I'm really disappointed that I have to be here on my day off from my arts job. This is like the day off. I'm a proud union stage manager who works in professional theater. And I came here in 2007 with a show and decided to stay. I'm a homeowner and I pay my taxes. And I expect you all to just do your jobs better. What you are proposing is a line item for your budget, but it will affect every single one of our arts organizations, big and small. This proposal says that the police budget is more important. It just does. Over the last decade, their budget has gone up by about $200 million. And it's not because we have more officers, it's overtime. I don't behoove them their pay, but without the arts and libraries, their jobs will be tougher. Both the arts and libraries are safe havens for all, but especially those who feel on the outskirts of the mainstream. Thank you so much. Tax the rich.
Jillian Quint? Jillian Quint?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jillian Quint. I'm here with the San Diego River Park Foundation, representing 60,000 local community members and supporters and partner organizations that are supporting and endorsing an important infrastructure solution to a critical gap in our transportation and parks network. I want to begin by acknowledging the city's commitment to regional mobility, climate action, and Vision Zero, but meeting that commitment requires us to confront what's coming next. The area's population is set to triple by the year 2050, and our current transit just isn't prepared for that level of density in this area. A West Valley River crossing for pedestrian and bikes would connect the San Diego River Trail and Regional Bikeway and is a recognized solution in the Sandag Regional Plan and the I-8 Kumeyaay Corridor CMCP study. A recent mobility audit found 60 bicycle and pedestrian injuries and 6 fatalities between 2020 and 2040 in this segment. By prioritizing this link and reopening the CIP now, the city, thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Eden Barber. After Sherry, we got Kendall Mill, Greg Frank, Christian Frank, Danielle Zavala, Rachel Hayes, Julie Porter, Juan Perez, and Carlos Angeles. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Sherry Eden Barber, Artistic Director of Diversionary Theater, the third oldest LGBTQ+ theater in the country, and also former resident director of Hamilton, the Broadway show, who fell in love with this city when we brought the show here. 2 years ago, through the Creative City Plan, the city declared the arts essential, supporting 170,000 jobs and generating millions. 2 weeks ago, many of you stood on our stage at our 40th anniversary gala celebrating that impact. I'm reminding you the arts are prevention. They build connection, reduce isolation, and increase public safety by giving people purpose. Before I came in here today, I reread a letter from a student who came to our theater feeling hopeless, considering ending their life, until this year they saw themselves on our stage and chose to stay. They chose to stay, and that is not the first time or the first letter. This is what the arts do. I am asking you to protect the arts, protect the purpose, protect the people of San Diego, and make this place not just livable, but meaningful. Thank you.
Kendall?
Hello, my name is Kendall Mell. I was born, raised, and now work here in the city of San Diego, and I work to support children across the city, mainly working with children from Title I schools. I'm here to speak out very much against the cuts to things like libraries, parks, and art programs, and just basically local social services as a whole, while giving more money to a police department that has already over $700 million. If you want a caring and safer community, then invest in that community. And invest in the youth with programs and infrastructure that actually address the core causes behind the desperation. We want to live in a city that actually funds our community and actually cares about us instead of focusing on persecution and surveillance. Give us the programs that we care about, that make our lives worthwhile, that make us want to live here and pay our taxes and keep you in your seats. Listen to your constituents and vote like you actually care about us. Please. We live here. We love this city. We want to be your support. Give us that chance and a reason to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Frank?
Hi, Greg Frank, District 6. It is shameful to burden the arts community with fixing 10% of the deficit by essentially eliminating city funding for arts and culture. Other people have spoken about the financial impact, so I would ask you to just pause and really consider what kind of city you want San Diego to be. Do you want this to be a world-class city that is a hub for arts and culture and recreation? Or are you willing to settle for this becoming the equivalent of some corporate town where the bottom line is more important than community? You cannot continue to claim the moniker of America's finest city while breaking the promise to continue funding the arts. Thank you.
Christiane Frank?
That was my husband. I'm going to take his 10 seconds. Is that okay, babe? Sorry, I have been waiting a while. The throat is dry. My apologies. I'm one of Kent Lee's constituents in D6 in Mira Mesa. I'm an audience member for, donor to, and volunteer with several local arts orgs, large and small. I am, shockingly, I know, you've read the room, opposed to these extreme and short-sighted cuts to the arts, as well as libraries, parks and rec, and youth proposed by Mayor Todd Gloria. So I'm asking you all truly, read the room, not just surveys that very few did. I haven't heard a single person speak in favor of these cuts beside Todd and his minions. But I'm not an idealist. I know some cuts may need to occur. However, obliterating all direct funding to local arts orgs jeopardizes their very existence. There are grant makers and private donors who may reduce or eliminate contributions if the city withdraws support. They will see that as a sign. That'll be an additional body blow on top of Todd's gut punch. The only other place, pardon me, I want to quote Bob Lehman, Executive Director of San Diego Arts Matters, who was quoted in the UT last week as saying, "The only other place in this country where this type of arts
Thank
cuts
you
are
for that
happening is in the
concluding
Trump
comment.
budget. I don't want to be in a city
Daniel
like that."
Zavala.
Thank you.
Daniel Zavala?
Hello, City. Thank you so much. I am Daniel Savala. I am a local actor here in San Diego. I've had the pleasure of using many of the facilities that the community theaters have used here. These facilities are severely underfunded. I have had to change inside of closets. I've had to change inside of workshops. I've had to change inside of alleyways. I have seen the sort of cuts that have happened. I've seen the hours of unpaid labor. I've seen the children that are exploited due to your underfunded institutions. I know about the protective policies that were created to protect children, and your policies are going to cut every single one of those jobs. Many of these people do not hire these protectors because of the lack of money. And I've been to the San Diego Civic Theater a number of times. I see their President's Club, and the patrons inside do whisper. They do whisper. They do see the tarps and the bedrolls outside. They do see them. It is embarrassing. It is a stain on the San Diego community. It is heartbreaking to me as an artist. And I would just like to say, I want to say thank you, Sean, and I want to say thank you, Kench-Lee. We've seen your humanity today. The rest of you guys, I mean, I'm not to speak about all of you guys, but I understand you guys are doing your jobs. But Charles Modica, I've seen your poker face this entire time. I've not seen you must frown, but you're not a very good actor.
Time
I'm
has
sorry.
concluded. Rachel Hayes. Rachel Hayes, please come up to the mic. If we can please, we need to make sure that we're not clapping as much so that people can hear their names and come up to the microphone. Anthony Pleva, if you can please raise your hand. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, my name's Rachel Hayes, and I am representing myself and the arts community, which is really important. My son, who is now Sarah Blanche Hayes, is self-taught on the piano, acoustic guitar, saxophone, and violin, and now is on Broadway. He went to Poise Elementary, actually 6th through 12th grade on La Jolla College campus. And that's where it started. Every generation in my family has someone of musical talent. And my son won their first award on Broadway last year. And I should say my daughter. His name is Sarah. And you know what? If it wasn't for the musical camps he went to every single summer during high school in the 2000s, she would not be the star she is today. And cutting funds like this, it's inexcusable and it's heartbreaking to know that the youth of today will not have what the youth of yesterday had. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Porter, if you can please come forward.
Hello, my name is Julie Porter, and I'd like to thank you for hearing me today. It's been a long time. I'm here representing myself and the arts community. I have 2 fourth-generation San Diego children, my 2 children, that grew up in the arts. They attended San Diego Junior Theater. I got around your parking thing in Balboa Park. I went and got myself a well-deserved disabled placard so I can park in Balboa Park for free. I don't live in the city. However, we use many of the arts programs in San Diego, and I would hate to see what will happen to San Diego Junior Theater that both of my children grew up in. My hours spent volunteering there in the costume loft. Those are some of the best memories I have. Please don't cut these programs. The kids need you. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you. Juan Perez. Juan Perez, you have time ceded to you by Sarah Lopez. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? My name is Juan Perez. I'm the organizer with IATSE Local 122, the Stagehands Union. Our stagehands set up for events at the convention center, the hotels, as well as theaters like the Old Globe, Playhouse, Civic Theater, among others. Our workforce is critical to the tourism industry, which this city relies on for tax revenue. It's no secret. We've worked hard to make these jobs into careers with livable wages and benefits, retirement, training. But with these proposed cuts to the arts, that is a direct assault on our membership and on the arts community. This is also an assault to our youth that begin their careers in high school theater programs with the hope to continue once they graduate. But with these proposed cuts, we are cutting and ending their dreams before they even start. Why not cut the police's budget? Like, they're overly funded, if anything, right? Why not cut flock surveillance? You all voted for, not all of you guys, but you guys voted it in to re-up their contract last year. Why do we always have money for the police state and surveillance, but never for the arts or our communities? Read the room. When's the last time you've seen so many community members come out like this? You all are politicians. You're going to be seeking unions' endorsements, the community's endorsements, organizations' endorsements, their support. Read the room. Don't turn your back on the community. So screw the mayor's budget, meet with the community and the unions and the workers, and create a new budget. Thank you.
Carlos Angeles.
Hello, Council. I was here before last year for the same thing. We came to argue for the payments for the art. I explained the amount of work that we do and the amount of things that we help for this community. And today I'm just here to tell you what doesn't help us. That'll be the bike lanes. That's why about $1 million per on the bike lanes, right, per mile. And then you know what doesn't help us is the pandas that he brought over. That's over $1 million a year. You know what doesn't help us too is that $30 million settlement for that kid the cops shot last year. That shit don't help. We could use a third of that to sponsor our art programs in here. You know, last year we were arguing about it because you wanted to give money to teach the cops how to shoot better, but they shot another kid 2 blocks away from when I was painting the mural in the same year. But that shit didn't help. You know, they keep doing it. I think you guys should listen to the people because the people that are here are the people that help. This is the people you should listen to.
Daniel Alejandro. Daniel Alejandro Soraya, maybe? Is there no Daniel Alejandro? Next speakers are Jared Osoria, Jade Verdefla, Vanessa Ramirez, Ali Dressel, Angel Martinez, Mackenzie Scholler, Anne Marie Dice, Elizabeth Santillanes, and Lindsay Seggers. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Dia Bassett, Nicole Hernandez, Melina Martinez. Is Daniel here? No Daniel? Jared?
Good afternoon. My name is Jared Gaeladiano Soria, and I would just like to say that today I'm coming as a citizen of District 7. So, hi, Raul. And I'm also a representative of the San Diego Ballet, which has been a nonprofit organization and an institution in San Diego for over 35 years. That's longer than I've been alive. But I'm honored to come after and before so many impassioned speakers today. And I want to remind you all just that each and every one of them will feel these budget cuts as much as I will. We offer free classes in some of our most underserved communities in City Heights and San Isidro, and those are funded directly by grants from the city. So every performance, every class, every life that we touch with these arts will be affected.
for that
you.
concluding sentence. Jade?
Hello, my name is Jade Rutaflor, resident of District 2 and born in our very own Balboa Park. I vehemently oppose the reduction of arts funding proposed in the budget. A city, community, and society without sufficient support of arts and culture absolutely cannot and will not thrive. If artists and culture bearers are not sustained, then we will surely see a decline in and even disappearance of everything that makes our city wonderful. By supporting the arts, you are ensuring that San Diego's and those who visit our fine city are able to live and to visit. Tolstoy says, in order to correctly define art, it is necessary, first of all, to cease to consider it as a means of pleasure and consider it as one of the conditions of human life. Without art, we lose touch with our own humanity, which will have catastrophic impacts on the health, safety, and happiness of all San Diegans, point blank, period.
Vanessa Ramirez?
Hello, my name is Vanessa Ramirez, and I'm a local San Diego artist. I'm born and raised in San Diego, and I'm representing myself. And I am really upset to find out about this. I found out about it recently, and we cannot cut the arts. Um, the arts is very, very important. And like, I remember going to school and like seeing arts being cut like over time. And this would be very devastating because I've seen how art has um, been such an integral part to so many people's lives, and myself included. Like, I would not be here today if it wasn't for art. And I know so many people that feel similarly. So this would be a huge, huge mistake. Please, please reconsider. Thank you.
Ali Dressel?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ali Dressel, and I am the emerging founder and artistic director for Resiliency Immersive, where our mission is to connect communities to resilience and sustainability through the arts. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed $12 million cut to the arts and culture, which nearly eliminates the funding for arts at all, as you know. But much of our work is only made possible through grant funding, and we are a tool for community and immersive engagement, education, creative communications, storytelling, and so much more. So we really do rely on this type of grant funding. And according to the Arts and Economic Prosperity Report, San Diego's nonprofit and cultural arts sector generates over $1 billion in economic activity and supports tens of thousands of jobs, including my own, among all of the others that you have seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel Martinez? Angel Martinez? No, if I can have Mackenzie, please come up to the microphone. After that will be Anne Marie, Elizabeth, Lindsay, Dia, Nicole, Melina, Nancy, Wynn, Angela, Mendoza, Jordan, Coburn. Please proceed.
I don't live in San Diego. I visit San Diego because of the arts. When my friends and I visit, we spend money in San Diego. I know that there are a lot of people that live here because of the arts. I know other people have touched on that also. It brings money in when you have a community, when you have these things available to the people for the tourists. I know the visits will drop if the arts are cut. If you're so worried about the money coming in, nurture the people of San Diego, nurture the arts, nurture their culture, their youth. They pay the taxes. We're all telling you what's important to us. And the world is really heavy right now. And we have art, so please don't take that, don't kill that.
Mackenzie? Oh, that was you. My apologies. I'm almost at the end. I had to mess up, right? Anne Marie? Anne Marie? No Anne Marie. Elizabeth?
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Santillanes, and I live in District 2, a resident of San Diego. I do notice that unfortunately our council member is not present, I believe, Council Member Campbell. I attended a fundraiser event last night for Moxie Theater and learned about the $11.8 million in threatened cuts to the arts in the mayor's proposed budget. This would cause the elimination of most arts programs and jobs in San Diego, and we will not stand for that. People, young and old, need access to the arts for their health and well-being, especially in difficult times. Without the arts, our society would lose its soul. I'm proud to be here today, along with so many others, to fight for the arts in our communities. Redistribute money in the proposed budget to support the arts and libraries. This is essential for the well-being of our youth and our community.
Thank you for that concluding sentence, Lindsay. Lindsay Seegers.
Good evening. Thank you for your service and your time. My name is Lindsay Seegers. I serve as the Executive Director of Voices of Our City Choir. We are an arts nonprofit facing $86,000 in city grant cuts if this is passed. Voices brought much pride to our city of San Diego just a few years ago, winning the Golden Buzzer on America's Got Talent. I reside in Councilmember Campillo's district, and council members Leo Rivera, Whitburn, Lee, and La Cava have continued to attend the concerts of our choir that's made up of people who are experiencing or at risk of re-experiencing homelessness. And they don't just come because we're a nationally recognized music nonprofit. They come because we are nationally recognized for using music and arts as a social intervention in the crisis of homelessness. Mayor Gloria, our choir has opened for you so many times proudly. One time, 3 times in 1 week, we joked that we are the mayor's house band. Please reconsider.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
concluding sentence. Dia? Dia Bassett? Dia Bassett, not here. Nicole Hernandez? Nicole, you have time ceded to you by Javier Johnson or Xavier Johnson. If you can please raise your hand. Thank you.
Since you clearly don't care about the problem, let me get into the solution. Art is the culture and the very infrastructure needed to maintain the very economy that you blindly claim to protect. At the intersection of this are the people that are creating the very infrastructure that you're trying to destroy. My name is Nicole Hernandez, and I was born in San Diego, California, and grew up binationally in Tijuana, Mexico. I'm an artist, athlete, and the founder and creative director of Nexus, where we highlight music, dance, and film. Quit hiding behind numbers and statistics when your very people are underpaid, overworked, and exploited. You choose surveillance over trust, extraction over transparency, pedophilia over protection, profits over people, while duality can exist, but your ego, greed, and pride keeps us in chains. Present the alternative, you may ask. Invest in the people. Invest and uplift the youth. That is the future. Fund marginalized founders like the Black community that is held up to the standard of excellence while also being the most overlooked. Like the Chicano and Latino community that upkeeps the deeply personal culture of Barrio Logan that's facing a gentrification that's turning Chicano Park into a tourist attraction, doubled with strategic corporate buyouts that push out the Chicano and Latin community that built it. You can't continue to uproot the very systems that we built and sustained, the very businesses that we created, and the very communities that we upkeep. The people want to know where every dollar is going, and rightfully so. As this privileged use is unacceptable, we demand a transparent financial breakdown, make the numbers public, undergo an audit, as that is not adding up. We ask why. As you question why we dare to dream and why we show up, we ask you to learn, grow, and open your mind and do your job or retire.
Melina Martinez?
My name is Melina. I am a first-generation student and resident here in San Diego. You claim to care about the youth and the interest of the people in San Diego, yet you are willing to cut the educational, environmental, and cultural funding that would promote and create equitable opportunities for future and current generations. I am but a small voice in the Chicano community, and I have seen my people continuously exploited, overworked, underpaid, and underrepresented. We have built the physical, cultural, and economic landscape the city is built on, yet we are barely able to afford the basic resources needed to support our family and communities. You fund police systems that are built to oppress people of color, yet claim to not have the necessary funding to support the creative and artistic programs that give these people the outlets and environment to heal and rebuild from these brutalities and inequalities. Why is it that we are forced to create alternative opportunities for funding allocation while we are focused on mere survival? We are barely able to afford rent, groceries, and utilities. Give us what is rightfully ours. Power to the
Thank
people.
you
If
for
you do
that
not plan
concluding
on giving it to
sentence.
us, we
Thank
will
you for
take
that
it ourselves.
Nancy Nguyen. Nancy Nguyen. Yeah. Nancy Nguyen. And for those that have already spoken, please be sure to return to your seat so that others may be coming up. No Nancy Nguyen. Angela Mendoza, Jordan Coburn, Leisha Donnelly, Brad Taylor, Caleb Dade, Gilberto Vera, Athena Castro. If you can all please come up to the front row, as well as our Arthi Lakshmanan and Richard Siaba. Angela, are you here? Please come up to the podium. No, Angela? Going once? Angela going twice? All right, Jordan? Jordan Coburn? No Jordan Coburn. Leisha?
My name is Leisha Donnelly. I am a self-employed marketing and sales consultant. I've lived here 50 years in District 5. I've had no help from Ms. Yvonne Wilpert. I have had 2 cars impounded unjustly. One was impounded for 3 bogus tickets and was just auctioned off, a late model car, last week for $10,000. It was a $35,000 car. My second car was stolen, and then it was re-impounded into the San Diego impoundment. Now they've got it up. It is a $60,000 car, and it's now going to be auctioned off on the 22nd of this month because I have no money to pay for this abomination. Now, I have had to rely on transit, which is woefully inaccurate for both the North and the South County. We pay all
Your
the fucking
time
taxes.
has concluded. Brad Taylor? Brad Taylor? No Brad Taylor? Caleb Dade? Caleb Dade? Caleb Dade had several people ceding their time. If they're still here and wish to speak, please come up to the microphone. Julia Hold, Lei Tong, and Dale Fleming. Any of those individuals? Gilberto Vera?
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Gil Vera. I'm the Director of the Housing Justice Collaborative at Legal Aid Society San Diego. Legal Aid is the grantee of the Eviction Prevention Program that provides free legal services, education and outreach, emergency rental assistance, and case management to low-income San Diegans. I know it's a difficult budget year, and I appreciate the council and the mayor prioritizing homelessness prevention. Eviction prevention is one of the most effective and cost-effective strategies we have. Keeping people unhoused avoids the human and community impacts of displacement and helps prevent homelessness before it starts. For example, a state audit of homelessness programs show that a chronically homeless person can cost up to $50,000 per year. In contrast, in fiscal year 2025, the EPP served over 1,600 households in San Diego, averaging a one-time cost of about $1,800 per household. Of the EPP clients served in fiscal year 2025, almost 90% avoided homelessness, with 80% remaining in their homes and almost a 10% finding new additional stable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Athena Castro? Athena, you have time ceded to you by Luis Castro. Thank you very much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Athena Castro, and I am a high school student, classical musician, and cultural dancer. I'm here to speak on behalf of my community and students and the proposed budget cuts to the art funding and why they should be reconsidered. Back in middle school, I fell unexpectedly in love with my instrument. This love found me in a time in life where I needed it most. This love that I felt would then continue to grow and grow until I decided that a life where every day isn't filled with music is a life I never want to experience again. This is not only goes for myself, but for many other children. How can we call ourselves the greatest city in America if we view arts education as an extra or a luxury? It is a core part of our education system for what is a school without visual and performing arts. When art programs are accessible, they provide students an important outlet for expression and communication. Removing or significantly reducing funding limits these opportunities and creates inequity. Everybody, no matter your background, deserves art. It is how we live and how we learn to love. I respectfully urge you to reconsider these cuts and work towards a balanced solution that preserve access to the arts program for students like me and for our future generations. Just because you may never get to see the impact art has on the lives of children does not mean you have the right to see it as expendable. I am living proof that a city with artistic opportunities changes people for the better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Arthi Lakshmanan. After that is Richard Siaba, Phoenix Wing, Kofi Asante, Colin Kimizi, Sebastian Ruby, Nona G. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Arthi Lakshmanan. I'm a local artist and small business owner here in University Heights in San Diego. I had the immense privilege to live my formative years in a place that was funded by the library and art programs. I learned how to read from my peers in summer programs and public libraries. I learned how to manage emotions through music and painting. I learned public speaking through cultural programs. I taught music to children that were nonverbal and learned how to sing. I am not alone in my fundamental need for arts and cultures here, as well as all of these people here and you guys as well. I urge you to think about all of the programs that you are cutting lackadaisically and slaughtering in the name of arts and culture. I was a software engineer and worked in data analytics for 8 years. So believe me when I say that I know what goes into analyzing financial programs and choosing what success metrics to track
Thank you for that
to further
concluding
our narratives.
sentence.
Please
Richard
look at the
Siava.
data.
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Richard Siava.
Richard Ciaba, IASO Local 122. We are working to build momentum for initiatives that could bring significant economic return, such as efforts led by my union to reestablish San Diego as a hub for motion picture production. A local film initiative will create jobs, attract outside investment, and boost tourism, benefits that ripple across the entire region. Cutting arts and cultural funding now undermines all those opportunities before they even have a chance to take a hold. It sends the wrong message at the wrong time, signaling that San Diego is not prepared to invest in sectors that generate both cultural value and economic growth. Maintaining funding at the fiscal year 2026 levels is practical, forward-looking, and it's a forward-looking decision. It protects our workforce, supports tourism, and positions San Diego to compete for future opportunities rather than be passed over. We ask the city leaders to stand with the arts community, protect these vital investments, and keep San Diego moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Phoenix Wing. Phoenix Wing.
I am an artist and math tutor, and I am here today because Todd's math isn't adding up. Straight from the city's open books, I made this chart just for you guys to see. While 11.8 million is stripped from our arts and programs and 3.5 million from our libraries, the police budget is magically increasing by $14 million. It's almost like his plan doesn't actually solve the deficit, just moves money away from the people into the police state. I'm going to agree with you on something. We do need to make some hard cuts. So here's my suggestion: math informed. Target the institution that eats up 14% of our city budget, not the libraries and arts that only take up 5 and 1% of our city budget. I even have some phrasing ideas I got today from Mr. Modica that you can tell the police. Unfortunately, we need to make some significant cuts to solve the budget crisis. These cuts will be difficult, but necessary. These cuts will be the primary tool to solve the city's program. Cut the police, not the parts and arts, otherwise this adds to a budget that Trump would be very happy for. Todd Gloria, you are a disgrace to the Mira Mesa community, and we are disappointed. AAPI communities are disappointed, and you are a traitor to the community.
Kofi Asante. If I can have the following individuals, please come up to the microphone or to the yellow reserve seats. Kofi Asante? No Kofi? Colin?
Hello, council members. I hope you're listening to the people today, because if you don't listen to the people will listen to themselves. We could have the friendly librarian, the gentle youth service worker, beautiful art, but if all we have is the parking ticket, the surveillance camera lens, the tinted police window, all we'll have to talk to is ourselves. We don't need to beg you for scraps. We have dignity. We need you to represent us. And if you can't do that, we don't need you.
Sebastian Ruby.
Good. My name is Sebastian Dionisio Ruby. I am an immigrant working in the theater and arts industry as a stage carpenter on behalf of IATSE Local 122, resident of District 3, and I recently celebrated 13 years clean and sober. I also come from a long line of entertainment industry professionals. Cuts to arts, parks, and libraries don't just affect programs, they affect people like me and everyone in this room. These spaces are where recovery communities meet, where creativity gives people purpose, and where many of us find stability. Redirecting that funding toward policing, privacy invasion, and anti-homeless measures doesn't solve problems. It deepens them. It takes resources away from prevention and healing that your people desperately need. San Diego is a city built on immigrants, culture, and community. We should be investing in that, not tearing it down. You say your goal is to help your constituents and improve San Diego overall, prove it. Todd, if you want to help us like you're supposed to, get out of the way.
Nona G. Nona G.
Good afternoon. I'm Nona. I'm Marnie's in your district, District 5. I grew up in San Diego. I've never been to a council hearing, but this is promised to us as every citizen, and it's exciting to be a part of it. Although it is very demeaning in all the news that we've been seeing of what our country's, in which direction it's going, which I'm sure you all think about a lot. As everyone's come outside today on their time off, I'm not sure how they do it, but we do it and we manage it, to say these concerns. I can't help but feel this trend is replicated in so many other parts of my life, in going in university, not just in the news all around us, that we see our voices beyond just what seems to be the bare bones of infrastructure and of what we deem as innovation, lacking so much of a tone of listening to the constituents, even though I'm sure everything is overwhelming.
Thank you. If I can have the following individuals please come up to the yellow reserved seats. These are our final speakers here in council chambers. Sheila Stanford, Sophia Blanco, Juwan Sanford, Hannah Park, Daniel Gutierrez, Ramses L., Hector Castro, Gabriela Avavena, Sarah Large, and Desiree Clark Miller. If you can all please come up to the front. Shyla, if you can please come up to the microphone.
Hello. Working as a director at the nonprofit Heartbeat Music and Performing Arts Academy, which Todd Gloria has recognized and supported in the past. I've seen firsthand how much the arts transform children's capability to learn and keep them from becoming victims of the system. Through the arts, we have personally helped many at-risk Black and Brown youth get full-ride music and dance scholarships to major colleges. If you want to save money, then divesting in the arts is extremely counterintuitive. The arts are the backbone of the community, not an accessory. And it makes the city much more money than it costs. As a major tourist destination, it's what draws in tourists and their dollars. It's who the local businesses partner with to increase their revenue. It helps burnt out workers refresh and keep going. As we've seen in the Great Depression, the film industry is one of the only industries that thrived. I personally experienced homelessness in high school, and the arts changed my life. I went to film school at USC. I ended up working at Warner Brothers and have been able to give back to my community and the local economy.
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Sophia Blanco.
Hi, I'm a born and raised San Diegan, District 3. I represent Art Cypher and San Diego Walkabout. Additionally, I'm a local theater worker. I'm constantly problem solving my way out of tight budgets and solutions. How do we work together to solve this problem? I invite and implore the city to work with the arts community to find an alternative to a near elimination of the arts and culture budget. I remind you that the cuts are not an inevitable solution. They are a proposed suggestion. Please serve the communities you swore to represent. Thank you.
Juwan Stanford.
My name is Juwan Stanford, and I'm an artist who works for regional and local theaters in San Diego, and I'm here to oppose the budget cuts to arts and culture, and additionally support libraries and parks and rec. I can't fathom how such a small portion of what the arts brings to you monetarily and culturally as a city is being cut. The arts bring in $275 million in taxes alone to you and the city, and you're proposing not reinvesting just a small 0.2% portion of that. San Diego is defined by its arts, cultures, and beaches. Are you really going to cut the funding to 2/3 of what makes San Diego the great community and city that it is? The arts are not some sideshow. They are the heart and soul of San Diego and the people in it. They provide real jobs and livelihoods to 170,000 people in the city. The arts are what attract tourism and bring money from outside the city. Arts save lives. They save my lives. I know personally many individuals who have said the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hannah Park?
Hello, my name is Hannah Park. I'm a resident of San Diego District 7 and a singer and performing artist. I would like to call attention to the proposed cuts to the arts to the tune of $11.8 million under the section for special promotional programs. The bulk of this money is allocated to local arts nonprofit organizations, including performing ensembles like the ones I am a part of, including the La Jolla Symphony and Chorus, the San Diego Master Chorale, and Sacra Profana. The proposed budget cuts present an enormous loss to local artists and performers. Without this funding, many of these groups will face incredible struggles or simply cease to exist. This is a significant blow to the continuation of arts in San Diego and a detriment to the broader San Diego community. The arts make our city vibrant. It also presents a threat to local tourism and quality of life for our region that will negatively impact the revenue the city currently sees from these avenues. The city stands to lose much more than it will gain by cutting this $11.8 million. If the city intends to resolve its budget shortfall, cutting funding for the arts is the wrong move. Cuts to the arts constitute a much larger impact than the initial loss in funding, which is also a drop in the bucket compared to the projected $120 million shortfall.
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Daniel Gutierrez?
How's it going? 47 million budget for San Diego PD overtime. This is confusing to me. These are hours that have not happened yet. And we're cutting hours that could certainly happen if we invest in our theater and arts community. Balboa Park is going from 900,000 to 0. We've added parking meters. Who's gonna go? This is not smart. The support for special events is being restored from 2025 budget to 1.7 million. Again, what special events are we funding here? This doesn't make very much sense to me. Take it with a grain of salt. I work at a coffee shop. I'm not an economist, but this does not make much sense. This is not balanced. Going from 100 to 0 is not safe behavior. You wouldn't climb a ladder like this. You wouldn't go down from a ladder. It's not safe. You'll hurt yourselves. These institutions won't make it after this year. This is a slight injury to those other institutions, but this is deadly to the ones that matter to us. They will not make it. Thank you.
Ramses?
Hello, Council. I'm sure you guys recognize me. Over the past year, I've been coming consistently to Council to talk about the police budget and how last year, especially after the murder of Kanoa Wilson and another officer-involved death that January last year, you guys slapped us in the face by increasing the police budget by 30 million. And now we're getting the same exact slap in the face this year at the expense of the local community. We know that's what's happening. We know that we're just moving the money from one section of the account to the other, and we're just supposed to take it. All I can do at this point is just say, police had the opportunity to defend our community when ICE came, and they chose to say that they could do nothing. So why should we continue to give them more money when they continue to do nothing? That's all I have to say.
Hector Castro? Hector Castro?
Hello. Wow, it's been a day today. I hope you guys are okay today too. But good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Hector. I'm a resident of District 8, as well as a coordinator for the Front Arte Cultura, an art gallery that is also in District 8. Mayor Todd Gloria, I'm here for the same reason I was here last year. Why are you cutting arts and culture? Have you seen AI? It's incredibly ugly. Not to mention terrible for the environment. I don't want AI having another opportunity in this city. I'm a community coordinator for an art gallery in San Isidro, one of only 2 art spaces that are within that little town. I help organize events and exhibitions for people of all ages. We provide art programs of all mediums. Without funding, we lose an opportunity to provide a space for expression. We lose an opportunity to invite our families to take a break. We lose an opportunity to inspire neighbors. All else has been said today. Please consider the arts. Don't cut us off. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Avavena? Or Gabriel? Sorry. Gabrielle.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Ravena. I'm representing District 3 and Teamsters 481. I'm here today because I was moved to talk by all the people in this room and everyone that came before me. Specifically because one of the slides said Vision Zero, and it reminded me something that I learned about in 2016 in Cambodia by the Khmer Rouge by Pol Pot. And this was an agrarian utopia eradicating all previous culture, education, and modern technology, resulted in the deaths of 1.5 to 3 million people. And I ask you, is this a regime, a governing body that you want to mimic and copy? And I hope you can reflect on that question. All power to the people.
Sarah Large?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Large. I am proud to live and work in District 9. I'm also the development manager at Moxie Theater. I hope you're all tired, because we certainly are. Arts and culture not only heals and protects our community's mental, physical, social, and economic well-being, but it is one of the strongest avenues for the amplification of minority voices. Slashing the arts and culture budget is not just an attack on painters and dancers and actors and musicians, but on people of color, on women, on the LGBTQ+ community, on disabled persons, and many other important members of our community. So please remain committed to all of your constituents, not just the privileged ones, by restoring or even better increasing the funds allotted to arts and culture. Arts is public health and public health is public safety. Surely we are worth at least 1% of your financial
Thank you so much for that
resources.
concluding comment. Desiree Clark Miller? Desiree, you are our final speaker here in council chambers.
All right.
We'll have somebody go and talk to you right now, and we'll make sure to get you spoken. Okay? Okay, you'll be able to speak, ma'am. Don't worry. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Desiree Clark Miller, and I am the Executive Artistic Director at Moxie Theater. Moxie's mission is to create more diverse and honest images of women plus for our culture. And we are the only professional theater dedicated to the voices of women plus that was able to survive COVID, and we are in our 21st season. Now, I moved to San Diego in 2021 specifically because of the performing arts. I knew of 2 large theaters here. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But what I found here was a robust and lush and vibrant arts community filled with a variety of organizations. And I know I'm not alone in this. Artists move here because of the arts. And we have a choice. It is not easy or cheap to live here. We don't need to be here, but we choose to be here. So I strongly urge you to reconsider.
Thank you. Kofi Asante, please come to the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Kofi Asante, San Diego native, local artist, global activist. I have an organization here called Black Star Polo. We focus on providing more opportunities for the youth in aquatics. And as a global activist for health and wellness and positive opportunities for the youth, I can really speak on how the youth are affected when we do not invest in their futures, how it contributes to poverty and a terrible quality of life. I really want us to urge to not use the funds to go towards creating more agents of authorities, but using them to create ambassadors of freedom, justice, expression, and wellness for everybody. I hope we can make a focus on not just keeping these life-changing activities, but also incorporating these life-saving activities in the schools, beaches, and the pools. The future are the youth. San Diego is my home. I know the importance of coming back home to help your community, and I hope you can all do the same. Thank you very much.
Valerie, can you please come up to the microphone?
I'm Valerie Traina of District 4. The City of San Diego must not cut funding to our arts and music programs, our libraries, or any other cultural programs. Societies can't and won't thrive if they don't support their artists and musicians. Children can't establish a vibrant, intelligent future San Diego if their parents don't provide support for their spiritual expression. The visual arts, music, dance, and every other form of cultural expression must be fully supported. If City Council and Mayor Gloria are concerned about balancing the budget, they must cut funding to our police department. It's common sense that if residents have their basic needs met, including their spiritual hungers, they are far less likely to commit crimes. Thank you.
Thank you for that concluding comment. That does conclude public comment here in council chambers. Starting the 5-minute timer, going to those participating online. We currently have 26 speakers in the queue. Guthrie Leonard, if you can please unmute. Guthrie Leonard, if you can please unmute. I can't unmute for you. I can't unmute for you. I will have to move on in the queue if you can't unmute. The original, if you can, oh, Kelsey Fahey, please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
All right, thank you so much for hearing me. First, I'm disappointed by the deceptive presentation of the slides shown earlier. Between the two slides for notable budget increases and decreases, SDPD was only listed on the budget decrease slide, yet they get a net increase of 15 million after accounting for the 5.6 million reduction on that budget decrease slide. Additionally, the slide focusing on public safety stated neither that increase nor the total budget of 718 million. To gloss over the cost of the SPD is to attempt to manipulate the public into thinking that there are no options for adjusting the budget. There clearly are. Distribute that 15 million to the programs that will crumble without city funding. Second, when discussing public safety, we need a research-based approach. Studies dedicated to the impact of arts and cultural engagement on adolescents have found that children who participate in these programs are less likely to engage in criminal behaviors. By cutting arts fundings and the Office of Child and Youth Success, you're setting up our city and county for a future with higher crime rates. If you want a safer community, pay attention to research.
Thank you. Next is the original. Please unmute.
Yeah, wake up, San Diego, because you need to buckle up. Things are going to get a lot worse. This is absolutely an abuse of authority, and the people on the dais and Todd are the drivers of the deficit as they sit here and shuffle money around. You guys need to really start paying attention into what they're doing, because they have $6.4 billion of our money. They are going to be cutting 198 positions. How and when are they going to start cutting their salaries? Because for the $118 million that you guys are, shuffling around from here to there, and you have to find from the people, you guys need to be the ones that are showing that you actually care about the people, because this is a slap in the face to all of the people who work really hard and you throw away their money. So why don't you start saying, well, you know what, to show you guys that I'm loyal to you and that I do care, I'm going to take a cut in my pay. I bet you guys could all give up about $100,000 each, and then we'll have some more money in the buckets to spend.
Your time has concluded. Ashley, if you can please unmute. Ashley Bruce, I do see that you are unmuted, but we do not hear you here in council chambers. I'm not sure if the device that you're speaking into may be muted. Ashley?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, sounds good. My name is Ashley, and I'm a 6th-generation San Diegan, and I'm a current resident of District 1. My family members are dancers, photographers, musicians, teachers, Old Globe volunteers here in San Diego. They're painters, woodworkers, and I've always prided myself on being a San Diegan because of the culture that we have here, and that's, it's shaped by our arts and cultural institutions in San Diego. This budget doesn't really make sense. I mean, ultimately, it's still raising from what we've seen in 2026, We're also spending an extra from 2025 to 2027. We're spending an extra $5 million on golf courses alone. An extra $2 million is going to be raised for expenditures over in Mission Bay, which doesn't necessarily make sense to me. In my mind, we should take money away from the golf courses and we should take some money away from the police force so that we can actually fund the things that make San Diego San Diego.
Thank you. John Stump, if you can please unmute. John Stump, I can't mute him for you. There you go.
Hey, there I go. Great presentation. Thank you for everybody today. First, I'm very concerned about the liability fund. The city is looking at about $500 million worth of liability from the 2024 floods. Have you put enough money in there? Second, you've got to stop the police, fire, and other departments' overtime scam. Firefighters are generally pulling down $500,000 in compensation, mainly because they double their pay in overtime. Third, council offices need to voluntarily reduce their staffing by 10%, the mayor also. Thank you very much. Good luck with this. And I support the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded here in council chambers. There were 25 people with their hands up at that point. No additional speakers will be taken. You can always, though, continue to send an email, cityclerk@sandiego.gov, and those will be distributed to the council. Tony Beville, if you can please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, my name is Tony Bevel. I'm a resident of District 9. I saw the other day that Mayor Gloria on a television interview called out the Office of Child and Youth Success as a regret, specifically having a, quote, not insignificant price tag, unquote. I did some research on that and saw that the OCYS budget is less than 0.02% of the city budget, less than $800,000 a year, which I think is about in the order of the bike lanes project mentioned earlier as being a non-onerous burden. To scale this down, this is similar to me cutting toothpaste out of my annual personal budget in a short-sighted attempt to save $15 a year with long-term implications for my health. Let's not be short-sighted. Let's invest in the youth of San Diego and in the future and keep OCYS. Thank you.
Next is Becky Rapp, if you can please unmute.
Good evening, council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and I too am concerned about the about the budget and the number of programs being cut that were only launched, say, a few years ago. And in many cases, they really never fully got off the ground. For example, initiatives like the Office of Child and Youth Success, which were introduced with promise, but the public never really saw them reach their full implementation. So before eliminating these programs, the public deserves a clear cost analysis. How much was spent on research, development, staffing, and planning? And what outcomes, if any, were even achieved? Without that transparency, it's difficult to understand whether these were failed investments, incomplete efforts, or programs that simply needed more time to deliver results. So I urge this council to prioritize accountability and clarity, fully assessing past investments, share those findings publicly, and focus on strengthening and funding the programs we already have.
Your time has concluded. My apologies. Sasha, please unmute.
Hello, I'm a born and raised San Diego native. I, friends, and people from the other states deeply enjoy and appreciate the hours and days the rec centers are open. I, on minimum, use the city's rec centers twice a week. Those who regularly come to enjoy the open gyms alongside me play until the lights turn off, and employees, bless them, kick us out. We love it. Third spaces are becoming rarer and rarer in America. Third spaces are necessary to cultivate a culture of community and resiliency, which is exactly why I know you're targeting them. The defunding of third spaces increases political polarization, weakened democracy, and social trust. Third spaces are not a luxury, it's a civic necessity. I know all you council members have already sided with Flock and police. These meetings are simply a courtesy and an obligation for you all. Let it be known, we the people are also here out of courtesy, for the community will react proportionately to your decisions on these cuts. None of you will suppress the rage of the beautiful people of San Diego. Shame on the fat oaf talking about maintaining decorum. I admit the remainder of my time. Fuck you.
Julia Childs, if you can please unmute. Julia Childs Loman.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I echo the sentiments of many of the previous speakers opposing the elimination of the Office of Child and Youth Success. As a San Diego native and resident for over 40 years, I've dedicated the past 30 years of my life to advocating for our youngest citizens that depend on us to make decisions in their best interest. I'm here today to express my great disappointment and even considering the elimination of OCUIS. San Diego finally declared itself a city where children and youth can thrive in 2022 with the creation of the office. In just 4 years, it was tucked away from the mayor's office to a shelf in the library. The elimination of the office will validate many of our fears. The creation of OCYSF was a performative act, not a true commitment. Yes, you have a difficult task of passing a budget for the present while ensuring infrastructure for the future. OCYS is recent, past, present, and future infrastructure. Don't balance this budget on the back of
Your
our
time
children.
has concluded. D, if you can please unmute.
Hello, my name is Dee. I'm an activist and artist from District 3, and I'm here to oppose these budget cuts because when the government chooses to abandon us, art builds the community. And over the past 3 years, San Diego has chosen to cut community services, starting with library hours reduced, 20 million cut from housing, shelter programs frozen. Recently, 58 jobs cut from the Housing Commission, all while simultaneously increasing police funding from 49 million in 2024 to 600 million in 2025 and now 700 million in 2026, while also accepting 10 to 15 million dollars annually in federal UASI grants that require ICE collaboration. And time again, we've seen that the police have harmed and terrorized our community instead of providing protection. I propose that we cap police overtime at 10% over base and allocate their excess to the arts, parks, and library budget. The money exists. You're just choosing it to spend it
Your
differently.
time has concluded. Yaren, if you can please unmute.
Hello, my name is Yaren Kwok, and I live in North Park District 3. I'm disappointed and angry to see that the city and council are addressing the budget deficit by targeting essential funding for youth and families and investing in social infrastructure like the Office of Child and Youth Success, libraries, and recreation programs is investing in public safety. Instead, the city is increasing funding for the police department and signed a $2 million contract with Ubiqua, which has already received massive public backlash due to privacy and surveillance concerns. This proposed budget is honestly shameful, and I'm struggling to understand the long-term goals of this cut. And it's shameful that Mayor Todd Gloria prioritizes private contracts and profit over protecting our youth, San Diego's public and community spaces, and the long-term growth and development of San Diego. The public backlash on the Balboa parking fee plan alone should have indicated how much our San Diego community respects and values public and social infrastructure. Thank you.
Donantzin? Donantzin, please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Hello, Council. Today you've heard from community members, mentors, families, and young people who understand something very simple. If we want strong communities, we must invest in our youth. Through our youth drop-in centers, we've created spaces where young people can find mentorship, stability, and opportunity. Programs like workforce development, job clubs, and our cooking, culture, and care program where youth learn real-life skills that prepare them for the workforce. This work is rooted in ancestral development strategies, connecting young people to culture, identity, and community, because culture is not just something we celebrate. It gives us structure, it gives the youth pride, and builds their character. When people understand where they come from, they carry themselves differently. They develop responsibility, discipline, and a strong work ethic that will guide them through life. But families in San Diego struggle with having to find ways to keep a roof over their heads. And with that, they turn to mentors, cultural bearers, youth programs, and after-school spaces to help raise the children. Because we all know the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. But when you cut this funding for these programs when arts and culture are treated as expendable and youth centers are promised resources
Your
that never
time
get
has
here? You're not just
concluded.
cutting.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Katie Hallett, if you can please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
All right. Hi, my name is Katie Hallett. I'm a born and raised Hispanic San Diegan in District 2. I'm concerned about proposed cuts to the arts, youth programs, parks and rec and libraries. These are areas that help us maintain human connection. At the last city council meeting I attended, which happened to be on Holocaust Remembrance Day, there was a shared recognition by the city council of how important it is to stand against oppression and dehumanization. I'm asking you to consider how cutting support for these programs contradicts that message. Historically, one of the first things to be diminished in more authoritarian environments is creative expression and access to shared community spaces. They challenge isolation and keep culture alive. When we reduce funding for these, especially for young people, we take away safe, constructive outlets that build critical thinking, empathy, and connection. If we're making tough budget decisions, I urge you to prioritize protecting these essential community services. These are spaces that keep people connected, supported, and engaged. Please don't treat art as expandable. It's one of the strongest defenses a community has against violence.
Your time has concluded. Thank you for that concluding comment. Karina Pugh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Good evening, council members. My name is Karina Pugh. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center. Today, we are requesting a reallocation of $300,000 from the opioid settlement funds to sustain the center's substance use disorder treatment program that serves all folks with a focus on our LGBTQ+ community. Since its allocation last year, over 200 clients have been served and over 600 sessions have been accessed by clients, demonstrating a significant need for these services. We request this continued allocation to ensure that LGBTQ affirming services remain funded and accessible to our entire San Diego community. Additionally, we request continued full funding to the arts and culture industry represented by many of the folks in person in the room with you. Arts and culture are the backbone and soul of San Diego, both economically as well as culturally. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Rhodes. If you can please unmute.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. And first, thank you to Council President Joe LaCava for meeting with Mandy Havlick and I on Friday. And what you did is you really gave us inspiration to rework our ballot language. So we actually reworked it so that it requires a 2/3 supermajority, and it is a directed tax. And one of the percentage of directed tax, which is 30 million to about 45 million, is for what we call penny for the arts, Balboa parks, and libraries. This would actually solve your budget problem. And so what I'm requesting is for Mayor Todd Gloria, the independent budget analyst, the city attorney, my council member Joe LaCava, the Mike Souquette of the unions and all the different unions, to sit with me so I could actually show you.
Your time has concluded. My apologies. Phone number ending in 4065 is next. 4065. You are on
Hi,
mute.
good afternoon, council. My name's Natalie. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Natalie, I live in District 7. I represent every unhoused person in the city of San Diego. I am one of 400 San Diego households losing their EHV voucher this fall. I'm not here tonight to ask you to fix HUD. I'm here because no one in this chamber is saying HUD's name. The federal government has promised EHV funding through 2030, and they're pulling that in August of 2026, 4 years early. That is not a surprise to me, it's a pattern. HUD has not funded a single new public housing unit since the Faircloth Amendment in 1998. Section 8 wait lists in San Diego are closed. There's no federal net funding, does not exist. So when you vote to cut the Neil Day Center, you are not solving a budget problem. You are completing a federal demolition project that started decades ago. You are the last level of government we have. Name that failure. Restore Neil Good. Thank you.
Next is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman.
I heard a lot of public comment today, people asking to see the budget and to get a sense of it, to offer ideas in return. Good luck in such a process. I think that's a good conversation to have. And if we're having those conversations openly as a full community process, that's working. That's really working as a community. So in local neighborhoods, good luck in those sort of good efforts working together. The idea that I think the city of Oakland, that also has a strong mayor, by the way, is the only other city that has a larger budget deficit in California for large cities compared to San Diego. They're working their budget, so there is not these sort of austere measures being worried. They're serving their social services. How do we do that in San Diego? To mention art issues, you know, I've spoken over a year about how you can work surveillance and flock. We can leave flock, find a new provider, and at the same time reduce technology for cost savings, massive cost
Your
savings.
time
And take
has concluded. Zoom user, if you can please unmute.
All right, thanks for taking my call. I love it, all the young guys getting fired up, man. It's really great. And also, you can also just raise the middle finger and stand up. You don't have to obey the rules about waving your fingers up and down with the thumb. You can just go straight up middle finger. A lot of those guys are pretty angry, man. And one thing about the city, you go to the Zoom, man, you go to the meetings, and then each council, there's 9 councilmen. A lot of those council people don't know the rents they're collecting. The city's collecting rents, and a lot of them are past due. Their leases are outdated leases. The city's giving away a lot of money, free rent to guys that lease from the city. So it's one way to get more money in your district. Go to your council person and say, where are the leases to our council? Let's go out and collect the rent for them, and you guys can get the money for your programs. That'll be a good community thing to do. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
San Diego County Bicycle, please unmute.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ian Hembry, and I am the Advocacy Manager for the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. Our organization and many others in the Vision Zero Coalition are calling on you to reinstate funding for the multimodal team in the FY27 budget. This team does many things. They design and implement roadway improvements to make our streets safer. They increase access to affordable housing by doing bike and ped scope for state AHSC projects. And they help us get millions of dollars in grants to make our streets safer. This draft budget shows that the mayor's office does not have a long-term vision for the city. While our planning and transportation departments work on updating community plans and the bike master plan, they're proposing to sabotage the future mobility improvements outlined in those plans. The transportation department's budget is increasing due to federal and state formula funding. Use increased transportation funding to keep the multimodal team. Previously, this council recognized that safety should be the #1 transportation-related priority. Please keep us moving forward on our traffic safety and climate goals and keep the multimodal team. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Francine Maxwell, if you can please unmute.
Sorry, Francine Maxwell, Southeastern San Diego resident. I think there's plenty of opportunities within the budget that the community needs to see. They need to see that the Park and Rec has the second biggest budget. They need to see the budget memos that have been out, and maybe they didn't have an opportunity to see the budget memos, so those need to be brought out. People need to be reminded that the independent budget analyst is just that. He cannot show emotion because he's independent. And so people, again, have to be reminded of what decorum looks like. Civic engagement is wonderful, and we know that children are our future, and we want to make sure that they feel safe. And if they feel safe in art and they feel safe at the library, then we need to do everything we have to do to make sure that our children, who are the future, do feel safe. Again, we know, and the community needs to be educated, that the council worked alongside the mayor more than they have in the past. And so this is not a surprise. So no performative actors anymore. Let's get down to work and let's get this
Your
balanced.
time has concluded. John, if you can please unmute. John, I can't unmute for you. I will need to move on to the next caller. There you go.
Thank you, John. John Brady, lived experience advisors. I have an echo in my headphones. Sorry about that. Can you come back to me?
We don't hear an echo here. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you. The two things that are really largely responsible for my recovery from homelessness, the Neil Good Day Center and the Voices of Our City Choir is being canceled in this budget. I urge you to look at other solutions. For those who voted against an increase in sales tax, this is what happens when we underfund government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sally Small, if you can please unmute. Sally, you are unmuted, but we do not hear you here in council chambers. Not sure if the device you're speaking into may be muted. Sally? I will need to move on to the next caller. You can definitely still send in comments, cityclerk@sandiego.gov, and those will be emailed out. Amari Rathers?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Amari Rathers. I'm a resident in District 4. I also work in District 4. I am a performing arts specialist at Heartbeat Music and Performing Arts Academy. I serve the students of Encanto. I serve the preschoolers of Encanto, students who are Black and brown, students that look just like me. And I ask you, as someone who is a Black young woman, someone who is an artist, to please see things from my perspective. I come from various communities. I've been in various states where I've seen underfunding in arts programs, and I've seen how it's left the youth without the needs that they needed to be met. I've seen people go into so many different things that were destructive to themselves, but also to the city. If you want to think about how we can help the city, how about think about investing in arts, and maybe we won't need as much money in the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, if you can please unmute.
Hello, City Council, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Anthony Ralphs. I'm the vice chair of the Boulevard Planning Group. I'm a musician, I'm an actor, I'm an all vinyl DJ, I'm an event producer, and I don't want to see any of these arts budgets cut. I want to see FLOC cut. I want to see SDPD's budget cut. And I want to ask this City Council, why do you serve SDPD over your constituents? Your constituents are asking you, they're demanding from you, they're begging you to cut SDPD's funding. They have a way over bloated budget. They're abusing their constituents. They're harming people on our streets, and they don't do anything when we call them to report incidents. They tell us it's a civic issue. You have to handle it in court. Well, guess what? We shouldn't have a pay-to-play judicial system where we have to afford justice in this country. Y'all should not be giving them any more ammunition to use against our communities. Do what's right. Do what your constituents are asking. Stop making me be the 200th angry person that's calling in demanding that you don't cut the programs that are essentially keeping crime from being on our streets.
Your time has concluded. Kathleen Lippett, if you can please unmute. Kathleen Lippett, I can unmute for you. There you go.
Thank you. Takes a moment. Thank you. You've heard a lot today about how art is essential to humanity, and so it is. But so is open space, parks, safe and clean streets where the public can walk. The public has been influenced to blame police and immigration for many of the problems created that are divisive ideological narratives. But just as calls to defund the police cause unintended increases in crime, reduce police presence and lower officer morale, that leads to resignations and recruitment challenges, and then it costs the city more money to hire more police. Cities that have cut police budgets, such as Portland, New York City, and Oakland, saw sharp increases in shootings, carjackings, and overall violence, increased risk to safety, and other unintended consequences. So do calls to defund ICE. And yes, they should start with the most dangerous people, which they had said they would do.
Your time has concluded. Nancy, if you can please unmute. Nancy, you are unmuted, but we do not hear you here in council chambers. Not sure if the device you're speaking into may be muted. We will have to move on to the next. There you
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Nancy Relliford. I'm a resident of District 3. Regular San Diegans are dealing with the same budget crisis as the city, and the mayor has proposed a budget that will directly cut everyone's resources and safety and cause harm, especially for those that are already struggling the most. Third spaces like libraries, parks, arts, youth services, and gathering places are essential to real public safety and health. And they are already experts at making every dollar count. The city should talk more with them about how that works. The police are costing the city money and credibility, and we don't see their budget being scrutinized for any cuts, let alone painful, necessary ones that would share the burden more across departments. Please get rid of Flock, take this opportunity and save $2 million. Surveillance is not an essential service. What's the difference between—
Your time has concluded. Nicole,
Oh,
if you
shoot.
can please unmute.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all our voices, especially all those that are at council, and thank you all for being there. Those voices are loud and clear, and it is true. We must invest in our youth with our safe parks, libraries, rec center, the programs that serves them, the Choice Creek Park, and of course, safe streets to move around through the city, an efficient and sustainable way to move. For years, you know, I've been riding my bike for transportation, advocating for safe streets. So it's tremendous that we see a multimodal team that's actually creating these places for our youth to be healthy and get around and get to their programs and these services and these parks and these libraries. That's what our city's about, is making it a livable city for all of them. So we ask you to keep that transportation budget, that multimodal team can be funded through the transportation budget. It does not have to come anywhere else. So please, safe streets for everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next is Brittany. Brittany Munoz, please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm a resident of District 7, and I would like to oppose the severe budget cuts that were announced in the mayor's proposed budget that includes the Office of Child and Youth Success. As someone who works in social services and directly with youth that would be impacted by these cuts, I urge council to show your support by taking action and opposing this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Madison, and then our final speaker is Anthony Avalos.
Hi, thank you for listening to everybody today. I would also urge you to prioritize funding for the OCYS and for youth substance use prevention. Thriving for children and youth includes preventing exposure and access to harmful substances. We know that the earlier young people are exposed to drugs and alcohol, the greater the risk for long-term challenges, impacting their mental health, academic success, and future opportunities. When we invest in prevention, we're investing upstream. We reduce the need for more costly interventions later, like emergency services, treatment programs, and involvement with the justice system. It's not only the compassionate approach, it's also the fiscally responsible one. If we want a safer, healthier San Diego, this is where it starts, with our kids. And so as a mother of 3 young children, I encourage you to ensure that youth prevention is a meaningful part of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Avalos, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon, council members. Anthony Avalos, 3rd District. We are told San Diego faces a $118 million deficit and that difficult choices must be made. But this budget shows those choices are in no way equitable. It allocates over $700 million to the police department while cutting library, recreation access, arts funding. Those are not extras, they're core to public safety. So we have to ask, what is safety? Is it only enforcement after harm occurs, or is it the programs that prevent harm in the first place? Now, right now, this budget treats prevention as optional and policing as untouchable. Even a small shift in police funding could close the deficit without cutting a single program that stabilizes our communities. This is not a deficit problem, it's a priorities problem. I urge this council to stop balancing the budget on community programs and begin a real reallocation from systems that respond to harm to those that prevent it. Thank
Your
you.
time has concluded. For those that continue to raise their hands, the 5-minute timer had concluded a while ago, and we did make note of that, so no additional speakers were taken than those that had their hands raised. You can definitely still submit comments to cityclerk@sandiego.gov, and those will be distributed. Also to note, this item did receive 2 comments in favor and 270 comments in opposition via our e-comment form, which have been distributed to the council, and we did receive 14 speaker slips in opposition that did not wish to speak. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk, for that. And as I traditionally do, let's take a moment and thank our City Clerk and her entire team for managing. I think we had a good 3 hours of public testimony, so. All right, with that, this is an informational item. No motion is required. We'll turn it over to my colleagues on the council for any questions and comments. We'll start with the chair of the council's budget committee, Council Member Foster.
Yes, thank you, Council President, and I will try my best to make it through my comments as quickly as I can. Also would like to just take a quick moment to thank the mayor, the IBA, and staff for the presentation of this proposed FY 2027 budget. First, I want to start by acknowledging the serious fiscal challenges facing our city. A $120 million deficit is serious, and correction does directly impact services and jobs. Essentially, it impacts the quality of life of families and our young people citywide. As we all move forward and look at holding the city accountable, let's make sure that we also acknowledge the decisions of past administrations and councils, as this structural deficit was not created yesterday. There seems to be a lot of misinformation out there by these so-called past leaders. It is a result of years of unfortunate decisions by those in power and prioritizing what I will term as their friends. Yes, this budget cycle does demand tough decisions. But even in a deficit, we must not lose our moral compass. The proposed budget presented totals $6.4 billion, with general fund expenditures and revenue coming in at approximately $2.24 billion. With that, DOF appears to actually reflect an increase in revenues. As I have previously noted, for me, this continues to be a discussion about the city's priorities, a discussion about who and what the city plans to prioritize in its budget. I represent communities that for generations have been overlooked in budget conversations. These are working families, primarily people of color, who have long endured disinvestment, inadequate infrastructure, and a lack of access to opportunity. Let me be very clear. Equity must be at the forefront and must be the path forward during these tough times. And as I have said repeatedly, across-the-board cuts ignores the reality that some of our communities have never been given a full seat at the table to begin with. As we continue to move forward, I will be focused on how equity shows up in the budget. For example, as we talk about the Community Equity Fund or the Climate Equity Fund, we must ensure that historically underserved communities do not continue to suffer and be taken for granted. We must continue to ensure our residents do not face another disaster like the 2024 floods. This is within the city's control. Community public safety initiatives. We must continue to fund the No Shots Fired program, drop-in centers, and the drop-in centers. We just had an update that violent crime is down and that we are the safest large city. Let's not pull back. These programs have a proven track record. We must lean in if we want to continue to see violent crime down and truly be the safest large city in the nation. SD Access for All. We've heard today, a lifeline to connectivity and digital equity is vital to the future of District 4 and our young people. Arts and culture, critical to the success of our communities. Our diversity should be embraced and celebrated. It is what makes San Diego the city that it is. Library, parks and recreation centers, essential community anchors that provide safe spaces, youth engagement, educational support, and critical quality of life services that stabilize neighborhoods. We must hold the line and go further. We cannot support a budget that undercuts library access, park access, and maintenance or neighborhood services, especially in historically underserved communities like District 4. I do have a question for our library director. There is concern over the new Oak Park Library as we are faced with the budget challenges that we are continuing to discuss. Is Misty available? Just can we get confirmation that there are no impacts or delays to the scheduled groundbreaking next month for the new Oak Park Library on May 14th, 2026?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Foster. Rania Ahmed, the Chief of Community Services Officer and City Engineer. On behalf of Misty, I can confirm that there is no delays. And then also that is confirmed by Engineering Capital Project Department. They are the lead on delivering this project.
All right, thank you for that. Now, I do have some concerns about efficiency, core services, and budget allocations that we are presented today. As we look at housing and homelessness, we need to ask ourselves, does the budget reflect a balanced approach to housing and homelessness solutions? How are we implementing these solutions with the allocated dollars? Are those impacted meeting with caseworkers and moving towards permanent housing? I think more conversation is needed. When I am in District 4 or other areas of the city, I cannot confidently say we are making progress, especially based on the investments that we continue to make. We must take a hard look at our return on investment and continue to bring our partner agencies to the table and do better. Arts and culture. Again, I'm concerned about 100% reduction in penny for the arts. And also, to make things even more difficult, the cutting of CPPS and ACCF grant programs. As we look at general fund expenditures, as I mentioned earlier, it appears there's an increase in revenue and expenditures. It appears there's an additional $71 million that we are looking to expend. There's even an increase of $27.5 million in contract costs, where we were supposed to be bringing down contract costs. And again, I think these are questions that we will have to work towards answers. General fund expenditure cuts to purchasing and contracting. It looks like we are cutting the implementation of the disparity study. Why would we do that? My apologies. And how are we ensuring that the city doesn't fall short of its equity goals with cuts like this? As we look at the Community Equity Fund, it appears as if the proposed budget shows a one-time resource of the funds remaining $195,000. Why are we not deploying these dollars now? Why are we not adding to the subsidies or homeless prevention efforts? Why are we not making this available to seniors and others? I'll use the police budget as an example. As I continue to be concerned, as I looked at the summary of the budget documents, it appears the budget is being increased by $14 million. We have to ask why. Have we looked at hourly positions that are not critical or vacant non-sworn positions? Have we looked at our fingerprinting unit? Have we looked at our polygraph unit? Have we looked at non-sworn management positions? Appears there are redundancies with communications and DOF. The one thing that I don't want to do as I look at media releases, I don't know if they're officers or communication employees. Also, how about implementing the 2 officer units I believe there were memorandums written under the previous police chief, especially as we are looking at cost of vehicles, cost of gas, etc. Also, are we looking at all of our technology within the police department? Some technology may be proving to be less useful than others. When it comes to safety, we have to take a holistic approach and look at improvements through environmental design. We should be focusing on graffiti abatement, fixing streetlights, sidewalks, crosswalks. These are efforts that help our officers as we continue to experience staffing challenges. And we need to find a way to get some relief in regards to our homelessness services and our officers. We need to get back to our core services and the basics. But all of these, again, speak to our core services, not monumental asks from the public. And we as a city, again, need to get back to the basics. So yes, let's fix the roads where working people commute every day. And we must not forget about the workers who power this city. City staff deserves more than gratitude. They deserve wages they can live on, vehicles that work, leadership that understands their book of business, and departments that aren't stretched to the brink. To meet our charter mandated core services, we must equip our workers for success, and we must ensure their safety. And any position reductions need to be balanced among management and our frontline workers and done through an equity lens. I cannot say this enough. We cannot grow public trust while eroding public services. We must also continue investing in housing justice, from flood recovery support to eviction prevention to rapid rehousing and rent subsidies for our elders to continuing the trash fee waiver program. Let's not just protect these services, let's expand them where it makes the most sense. The capital improvement budget includes over $89 million for street repair. This is not what we like, but we must ensure it reaches the neighborhoods that need it the most. My district alone still has nearly $150 million in unfunded street improvements. And I look forward to the city's commitment to apply approximately 43% of the paving dollars allocated, if I can have just a few more moments, paving to districts 4, 8, and 9. Again, these are not wish list items. They are basic overdue needs. And as I close, I will say again, this is not just a budget document. It's a statement of our morals and values. Our communities are watching, and I stand committed to ensuring that District 4 receives the investment that it not only deserves, but what it needs to be a sustainable and thriving community like other communities throughout the city of San Diego. A city where equity drives investment decisions must be our standard, not a soundbite. Let's not just say we are the finest city in America. Let's show the nation we are the finest city in the nation. I look forward to working with the mayor's office, my colleagues, the IBA, and city staff as we move forward with this budget cycle. And so with that, Council President, that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you to our budget chair, Councilmember Foster. We'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to thank everyone who came here today, and everyone who shared your stories for why you were here. I very much appreciate that. And then those of you who shared your talent as well, whether it was spoken word or some of the other folks who shared that talent, thank you. We have a legal requirement to balance the budget, but that in and of itself is not a vision. And before I can support a budget, especially one that's proposing deep cuts like the ones that were being proposed, I need to understand what we are actually trying to build and how what is being proposed gets us there. That does not mean I'm not prepared to make difficult decisions. I am. That could very well include cuts, even to departments and programs I believe in, because we have a responsibility to deliver a balanced budget. But again, I need to understand what it's in pursuit of. Mayor, you and I have had that conversation a few times. And so I'm going to actually start with a question for you. If you can share with us as a council and the public about what vision it is that you have for the city that's being pursued with this budget and how the budget moves us in that direction.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. We have a strategic plan that speaks to all of this that's been socialized and adopted. I would say with this particular proposal, what I'm striving to do is to eliminate our structural budget deficit so that the annual revenue growth that Councilmember Foster was referring to a moment ago can allow us to actually restore services as opposed to what we have to do now where we're making cuts on an annual basis.
Understood. Thank you. I'll have a few more questions. I appreciate that response. I also will say that also leaves me not knowing where this actually puts us, because the balance could be, we could solve the structural budget deficit and the budget could still be morally deficient. And I want us to be a city that actually works for the people who are here. I think that there is no reason why in a city with this level of beauty and this heart of working people that is as attractive to so many people from around the world, that this should not be a place where every family in every single neighborhood can afford to live, where they feel safe and be proud of the city. And yes, that means parks and libraries and rec centers that actually feel good to spend time in and are funded, roads and sidewalks that are safe, and workers who are treated with dignity and respect, and very importantly, young people who see a future for themselves here. And without more clarity about where we're trying to go and what options have been pursued, I don't believe that the budget as proposed moves us in that direction. And I think we have an obligation to do everything in our power to, again, make sure that the city actually works for its people. Earlier today, arts and culture advocates and youth advocates held competing press conferences pleading for maintaining the funding that they need to keep their programming going. And that was devastating on a multitude of fronts, but so I'm gonna actually put those two groups together right now, because I don't think our arts and culture community should be competing with our youth advocates to maintain the funding that they need. And obviously the overlap is significant. The threats facing young people right now are serious, as serious as in any recent memory. We've got a mental health crisis amongst our youth as social media platforms that were designed to damage their sense of self-worth wreak havoc on them. The economy is making housing feel more and more out of reach, while tech companies are destroying the careers that these young folks are working toward. And our arts and culture community is essential to who we want to be as a city. So, Mayor, if I may, whether it's you or the Department of Finance that answers, help us understand what opportunities have been pursued at the state level or through philanthropy that could bridge the gaps in the short term, not just for arts, but for our youth programming as well.
It's a great question, and I've asked staff to start preparing a report for you all to understand better the philanthropic areas. So to your question about youth, this budget, while there are reductions to park and recreation, what you've seen is the maintenance of the Parks After Dark programs, as well as likely some aquatic hours at select pools south of the 8. Those are possible because of the contributions of the Price Philanthropies group that I know you work closely with. So that would be an example. I think you asked the question at what we're doing at the state level. We continue to advocate successfully to fund our city's paid internship program, Employ and Empower. That will not be unchanged. We are currently advocating for restoration of eliminated homelessness dollars. This will be very important because, as you saw in the memo I sent to you a few weeks ago, the most expensive shelters that we operate as a city are those that are made available to our transition age youth. If the state follows through on its current proposal of eliminating half of the money they normally give us, I'm concerned how that will impact those particular shelters. So there's more that we'll give you, but I think those are perhaps some examples of what we're trying to do, at least currently, and through this process, hopefully more philanthropic support will come forward while we see more certainty at the federal and state level about what their funding will look like.
Appreciate that. On another issue, streets are something that you believe investing heavily in. You've talked about public safety being a priority. The mobility team is being proposed to be cut. Are you confident that that would not impact street safety?
Well, I may ask Bethany Bezek maybe to talk a little bit more about that, but just very quickly, I think we've all heard very clearly from our traffic violence advocates that they want to see progress on the Fatal 15. This proposal does that. We are working after the council adopted the speed management plan that has not an insignificant price tag, but I believe that there's a way that we can accommodate that in the May revise. But to your question, I think it would be helpful if Ms. Bezak or Ms. Amon can speak to our existing capacity in both ENCP and in transportation to make sure that some of the traffic safety stuff that's unrelated to Fatal 15 and speed management plan to give you hopefully some assurances there.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. Bethany Bezek, Chief Performance and Logistics Officer. So the multimodal team is the team that designs the striping plans for the paving, the vast majority of the paving. So the overlay projects and also the RMA and slurry seal. So that work we would still be able to stripe plans, but they won't be upgraded plans is essentially what will happen. Through this budget, we are prioritizing more specific intersection types of safety that will be prioritized. So think crosswalk upgrades, beacons, those types of things. But the striping that is planned would be striped in kind. Now, on a case-by-case basis, when there is CIP funding, what will occur is that individual projects will have upgrades and will have striping that will happen as part of those CIP projects. But through the regular paving program, projects would be striped in kind.
Got it. And one follow-up to that.
Yes.
My understanding is that that team has helped us maintain competitiveness for state grants by being able to execute on the work that they do, that mobility team. Are you confident that we won't be impeding our ability to compete for those grant funds?
So we have a separate team that specifically goes out after grant opportunities. That team will remain intact as part of this. And so what we'll have to do is just continue to be very proactive in the types of projects that we design in advance and making sure that they're aligned with the funding that we believe is upcoming.
Got it. Thank you. Perhaps this is for the Department of Finance or the mayor. Department of Finance issued a report on the way that golf revenue it's changed over the years in terms of how it's shared with the general fund. And there was a shift several years back that actually reduced the amount of dollars that come to the general fund. I understand that there's some technical components to that, but was any consideration given to the idea of not rating any fund, but leveraging our golf courses, particularly Torrey Pines, which is one of the most popular and beautiful municipal courses in the country, to benefit our Parks and Rec system as a whole, so that kids in all parts of the city can benefit rather than the select few who actually get to play on these courses?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, that is something we're looking at. It was prompted by the series of questions you asked. We're looking at how the golf fund is currently projecting both revenues and expenditures, looking at capacity, identifying the potential CIP projects, any potential for financing. So all of that is being evaluated. So yeah, the answer is yes.
I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes from that. Again, I think this is an opportunity to lean into the assets that San Diego has as a city and make sure that the benefits of those assets are spread to people across the city and not just enjoyed by the very, very few people who are currently enjoying them. One of my concerns, and Charles, I appreciate your bluntness in terms of revenue. We've had this conversation for 5.5 years now, since I got here, and I think that's important. Mayor, you referenced survey data, and I read it a little bit differently. You said that a majority of folks did not want, they wanted to basically see us cut our way out of this. And what I see in that data, and noting to everyone who's pointed it out that that is not necessarily representative of the city of San Diego as a whole, I would agree with that. That being said, 60% of respondents said that they'd actually see a balanced approach where we use both revenue and reductions to get to a better place. So, and 73% of those said that revenue should come in part from our tourism economy, which benefits enormously from our city. So I'm curious, as the budget was coming together and the cuts that have been proposed were being considered, was there any consideration of putting forward proposals to tax the rich or look to tourists to fill the gap rather than the cuts that have been proposed?
Well, Councilmember, I do believe that you and other members of the Rules Committee did vote on such proposals, and they're currently pending before the City Council's Rule Committee.
Yes, I put forward a proposal to tax the rich and tax second homes, and I hope, that should help. But I also didn't know what was going to be proposed in the budget, and so that's why I'm trying to understand, as this was coming together and the writing was on the wall, that the deficit was going to be in place, and these were the sort of cuts that we were going to be looking at, if there were other ideas considered for ways to raise revenue. We all know that the city is underfunded on a per capita basis, and just if it wasn't considered and we were just looking at the council, that's fine. It's an important thing for me to know.
Council member, so the kinds of revenue resources that you're discussing are only placeable on the ballot by the council or by the general public. There's at least two tourist tax measures that were before the Rules Committee. There is the measure that you've already placed, or the council has already placed on the June ballot. We'll draw your attention to comments from the city clerk earlier today, where the cost of that ballot measure will be significantly more than what we have budgeted, so we'll have to deal with that. But to your going forward question, I have to say, I feel as though the council was near unanimous in its direction after the fiscal year 26 budget adoption, that we are not seeking new revenue, that after what was attempted and implemented in FY26, that was it, and that this needed to be generally done through our existing resources. In fact, your budget memos, the one shift that happened that I took note of was the elimination of beach and bay parking as a resource that was recommended previously by, I believe, 8 council members, is now supported by 1 council member. So again, we're trying to take direction and implement it into a proposal for your consideration that you could theoretically support, knowing that it would be changed.
Understood. And many policy proposals come from the mayor's office, and we don't need to get into back and forth about it now, but understood. And I think that the question about revenue, it's all about who we ask. If it's hardworking, blue collar, working families, hard no. If it's rich people and tourists, I'm guessing the answer is different. The last thing I will say, and I think this is important, Charles mentioned it, Mayor mentioned it, my colleague mentioned it, and I will be wrapping up right almost exactly on time. We did not get here overnight. There was years of decisions that put us here, and those decisions prioritize the interests of visitors and wealthy and powerful people over the people who live here. That was years and years and years and years in the making, knowing that infrastructure is being underfunded, approving bad real estate deals, and refusing to ask folks to contribute their fair share. And now those same people are actively working to block every effort to fix what they broke. They're opposing new revenue, they're opposing accountability, and they're doing it for the donors that they used to work for when they sat on this dais. Now they're actually working for those same people. They drove the city's finances into a ditch. They want to make sure we don't get out because they're trying to capture all of this for profit. And that can't happen. And I want to say thank you to the public for at no point in this conversation scapegoating city workers for the problem that we're in. Because that is the old, tired, and broken way of trying to address city budget issues. I so appreciate that no one did that. That is not the way out of this. So I'll be digging in, obviously, during Budget Review Committee. Council President, thank you for the additional time.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivero. We'll go next to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to Rolando and Ben and your team for all the work you've done to get it to this point today. And I want to thank everyone who came to speak today in person and online, because you can feel that something is not right here. And I feel that too. I often hear that a budget is a moral document, and of course that is true. And the first moral duty of a budget is to competently structure it. The first duty is to structure it as strongly as possible for the most optimal outcome with the resources that we actually have, because a budget can be legally balanced and it can be statistically balanced, and we've done that for 5 years running and for years before that. But that doesn't mean that the budget is optimal. I view the budget the same way each and every year. Some budget spending guarantees the basics that people need right now to live in a safe and sound city, and that's police and fire, and streets and sidewalks, core infrastructure. Those things are material to this fiscal year. And some spending helps build the kind of city that can flourish over time. And that's parks and libraries, arts and culture, and youth investment. Those are things that are material to next year and the year after that and the year after that, both in dollars on the next set of budgets, but also in the lives of our people. And so a budget has to balance the present and the future as much as possible. What concerns me in the draft is that I see, in a couple key ways, a weakening of both. Let me start with the basics. We need police and fire, streets and sidewalks and infrastructure because those support the conditions of daily life. And I know that because police officers save people in my district every day, and firefighters save people in my district every day, and safe streets and sidewalks keep children alive in my district every day. This year, families came before me asking for a stop sign and road changes and a crosswalk that they had sought year after year. And one of those families will never get their child back. Two of those sisters won't get their brother back. That is what it means when government is late to its most basic responsibility. That's why some of the choices in this budget give me some pause. Now, let's start with the police funding. The presentation describes $5.6 million in savings from freezing sworn police leadership positions, specifically sergeants and lieutenants. On paper, that sounds very technical, but to me, it's entirely practical. In a department that is already very lean, fewer leadership opportunities means weaker retention, weaker morale, and weaker staffing structure over time. And I know many here today pointed to the total number of dollars in the police department and asked, why not look there? But we are by far one of the lowest resourced police departments in the United States. And the frozen leadership positions, to me, is actually a significant reduction. It's one of the examples of a short-term undermining of the basics. Same is true in fire rescue. The budget says it reduces positions and non-personnel spending associated with training and recruitment and community engagement, while also relying on cross-staffing for the bomb squad. That may balance a line item, but it raises real concern to me about the staffing strain and the response capacity in a system that does not have any slack to give. And then there's the facilities maintenance. This was a very small square on that PowerPoint, but the budget cuts another $1.5 million there. Many people don't focus on that line item, but they experience it viscerally, usually nasally. Both the public and our city workers experience it when public buildings deteriorate and when restrooms are not maintained and when sinks stay broken and when the spaces residents walk into tell them the city has stopped caring. Being hundreds of millions behind on deferred maintenance, it's really hard to stomach even 1.5 million more to me. So those are some of the short-term problems that are choices that undermine the basics, but our residents were not meant to merely survive in this city. They were meant to flourish in this city, which is why the long-term disinvestments in youth-focused and arts-focused funding matters incredibly to me. This budget reduces recreation center hours and library hours. It eliminates the Office of Child and Youth Success. It cuts arts and culture by $11.8 million, going from penny to the arts to zero for the arts, give or take a little. Taken together, this is more than 20 million cut from the parts of city life that help people grow and connect and create and belong. And for many San Diegans, including many veterans who spoke tonight, those aren't actually future investments. Those are investments now in their social fabric and their safety net. Now, this is usually the point where my colleagues worry I'm about to turn into an economics lecture, and I will spare you of that, but I'll say this. Those long-term investments pay off. They are a good return on investment. A budget that instills trust in our competence is not just balanced on paper, it is structured to produce the best outcome. And when we cut the very things that help generate civic value, that create economic activity, including hundreds of jobs, including the artists who showed up today, who pay taxes that then comes back to the city so we can pay our employees to go out and put services, that economic circle is stronger with arts and culture. And all of that increases long-term public confidence. But when we undermine that, we're not solving a problem, we're making next year's budget deficit worse. That is what I mean when I say this proposed budget may be balanced, but it's not optimally structured. I don't say that to vilify anybody who's worked on this, certainly not the mayor, his team, or anyone on this dais. I think we're here sincerely to create a better city. But wanting the better city is not enough. We have to optimize a budget that can deliver it. And so here's the hardest part of the truth. I cannot sit here today and promise that every one of those cuts will be restored. None of the council members can. I won't make promises that are not real. But if we want to restore long-term investments, if we want to solve long-term structural problems, we have to reduce some services. But the balance, the optimization between frontline public-facing employees who work in libraries and parks and non-public facing supervisorial ranks, I must be convinced that those are at the optimal proportions. What I can promise is honesty and scrutiny as we get to June 9th to vote on the final budget. And I will advocate for the people who came here into this room today, even if they disagree with me on a couple of the particulars I mentioned. I will go through this budget thoroughly with my colleagues. I will come to the table with solutions, and I will judge the budget by a simple standard at the end. Does it protect the basics well enough for people to live safely now while preserving enough of the future for the city to flourish later? Because I know our police officers and firefighters want their children to have access to theater and music and parks and libraries. And I know our artists and teachers and librarians want fast public safety responses in their neighborhoods. The residents of the city don't live in silos. They deserve both, and they depend on both. And the job before us now is to build a budget honest enough and disciplined enough and competently structured and optimized enough to deliver that. So that will be the final question I ask on June 9th. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation, and I too want to thank the members of the public who took the time to attend this meeting and also to share your priorities. Also, thank you to Mayor Gloria for submitting your proposed budget to the council. After my initial review, there are several concerns that I want to put for the record. I recognize that we're once again facing a significant budget deficit, and I understand the difficult decisions that come with this. Last year, one of the few reasons I voted no on the budget was because it relied on increased fees that took away free resources for our residents, while still reducing service hours at libraries and parks and recreation centers, services that my constituents rely on. The budget was also balanced on anticipated future revenues that did not materialize, and it proposed drawing $10 million from reserves that ultimately were not realized. This administration knew this was coming. This administration knew the one-time COVID funding would expire and was never a stable, ongoing revenue source. Yet the city acted as though nothing was wrong and did not take sufficient steps early on to prevent this situation from worsening. For too long, the city has been living beyond its means. I'm deeply concerned about the mayor's proposed budget cuts, especially those that continue to disproportionately impact our communities of concern. We've seen this pattern before in past, where initial proposals included reductions that ultimately fall hardest on Brown and Black communities. Something that is very frustrating to see this year again. Libraries and recreation centers are not optional services in my district. They are essential. Every hour a rec center or library is closed is an hour that young people and families lose access to safe space, structural programming, and community connections. Those impacts are real and they add up really quickly. Now moving on to the arts. Sorry, you guys. I'm very concerned with the mayor's proposed reduction to arts funding. The impact the art community has for underserved folks is unmeasurable. For many families, attending a formal performance is simply not financially feasible. Often the only exposure young people in neighborhoods like San Ysidro and Logan Heights have to the arts comes through programs funded by the city. Let me repeat that. Often, the only exposure young people in neighborhoods like San Isidro and Logan Heights have to the arts comes through programming funded by the city. Just last week, the Fleet Science Center had a STEM fair in my district, which would only be possible because of city funding. The arts shapes a child's future, and it's difficult to consider a budget that would scale them back so significantly, especially considering the economic impact the arts has in the city. According to the city's Creative City Cultural Plan, arts and culture generated $10.8 billion in economic impact. This council has made meaningful progress in expanding access to the arts, particularly for low-income communities, and this proposal strikes all the work that has been done. This proposed budget has left the arts and cultural community out to dry, and I, for one, cannot stand for that. One area I do not agree with is the reduction of cutting sworn officer positions. Cutting sworn officers puts public safety at risk and something that our communities cannot afford. Response times across San Diego are already too high, and our police department needs strong first and second level supervisors in place to maintain accountability and effective leadership. I am looking forward to hearing the chief provide additional context on the freezing of officer positions when 110 non-sworn positions remain unfilled and when the San Diego Police Department maintains an executive legislative staff. If I may have just, I think, 2 more minutes. Now, I do recognize that there are some areas in this budget proposal where impacts are being distributed more thoughtfully, including decisions that place library reductions in communities that are better resourced and more able to absorb them. I do acknowledge that this administration is finally looking inward as an organization and identifying efficiencies before asking more of our residents. The initial reduction in middle management is a step towards fiscal responsibility that our residents deserve, and it reflects what our constituents expect from us during challenging fiscal times. For years, I have constantly called for the reduction in middle management, and just this year, we're starting to see improvements on that front. All in all, this budget needs a whole lot more work. This council has consistently prioritized equity and investment in underserved neighborhoods, and we must remain committed to that principle throughout this budget process. Finally, I would encourage San Diegans to participate in the council's upcoming budget review committee hearings that will begin May 4th, where we will take a deeper dive in the proposed budget. Thank you for the extra time, Council President, and that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Not seeing anybody else on the lights. I'll make some closing comments. Oh, I knew it. Councilmember Von Wilpert.
Are you sure? Council President, I was trying to save you from always having to go last. Well, thank you very much to everyone who is here today, and thank you to the Department of Finance for shifting through very difficult times that you didn't personally create. You're just trying to build a budget. And thank you to the public for coming in and speaking to us today. We appreciate you being here. And also thank you to everyone here in the department heads and to the mayor as well, and for all the hard work everyone puts in. I have many questions, but we'll go through it with our budget review process. We're going to have many hearings. This is the first day. But one of them is about, what is the projected deficit? Because on slide 7 of the presentation, we're looking at around 118 million, but slide 8, it goes to 146 million. I thought we were closer to $120 million deficit.
Absolutely, yeah, I can answer that question. When you look at we started from the 5-year outlook for the general fund, which basically sets the beginning of the budget process. At that point, we're at about close to 89 million. Things got worse, grew to about $118 million. That was our starting point, but we also needed to evaluate some mandated legal requirements, some ads that we had to make of about $28 million. So when you add those $28 million, then that gets you to that $146 million in mitigations that we had to identify.
Okay, got it. I'd like to break down the additional 28 million as we go.
Absolutely.
That'd be helpful. Thank you. Also, what about the annual infrastructure contribution? Are we not triggering it because sales tax is not high enough this year?
That's correct.
Got it. And I have a question about the street repair and the cost of the materials we need to rebuild our streets. It is getting more and more expensive every year, and I saw that the city just joined the county in filing a lawsuit against a monopoly company that took over the fire engines, parts and supply companies for price gouging us. So are we thinking about going after price gouging on some of these companies that provide us materials to fix our infrastructure? Because it seems ridiculous how much the costs are escalating. That may be a city attorney question, but I do want to go over that in the future. They shouldn't be taking advantage of us and the taxpayers. I'm also wondering why we're spending 4.6 million out of the general fund on DSD right-of-way permits. Why are those not self-funding? Why don't people pay for those permits?
So the budget includes about $10 million in total. This is work that DSD does in the right-of-way specifically related to SDG&E work. SDG&E pays a franchise fee, and through that franchise fee, they are not to pay any additional, so the general fund has to cover that cost.
We should renegotiate that. SDG&E is making so much in profits, they should be paying for their right-of-way permits. Okay, I have many other questions that I'll get to later, but I do just want to chat a bit about what I've been thinking and feeling going through this budget cycle. So this is not great news for the city, and we knew that when the sales tax didn't pass. In other cities around us, a sales tax or a half-cent sales tax did pass, and they are fully funding their fire departments, infrastructure, and others. And so we are now stuck with the budget that we have. Of course, we could do better, and I appreciate Charles Monica stating that. Some of the folks who are most criticizing the city right now, including the Taxpayers Association, didn't mention that some of the authors of that report sat here and voted for things like 101 Ash Street and buying an indoor skydiving center that we were then burdened with. So I'm glad that we're climbing out of those holes, and we are not doing that here at this council, but we do have to earn back trust. I understand that. So as I'm thinking about this budget and thinking about the public and thinking about what we're going to do with all these cuts we have to make, I want to talk about last week, where in this chamber we commemorated National Emergency Dispatchers Week, where their teams are working 24/7 to support our firefighters, police, emergency medical services. I got to go to our dispatch center last week and deliver a proclamation thanking them for the work they're doing. And if you've never been, you should go to see the dispatch center, because listening to 911 calls at a dispatch center is a sobering window into the most urgent moments of many people's lives in the city. You hear voices of victims of car accidents, heart attacks, strokes, witnesses of in progress, sometimes very violent crimes. You hear voices of confusion and courage, and you also hear the incredibly calm voices of our 911 dispatchers themselves as they talk in one ear to the 911 caller, and in the other, they are talking to the firefighters, the police officers, the ambulance drivers who are being dispatched down the road to get to that emergency. And to me, it underscored just how critical it is to have trained professionals on the other end of those dispatch lines, calmly gathering information and sending out trained professionals to 911 calls. Our San Diego Police Department responds to over 1.4 million calls annually, with over 700,000 calls being 911 emergencies, with some of the lowest staffing levels of any big city in the country. And I applaud Chief Wall for cutting down on the overtime budget. It's important. At the same time, I am worried about the ability to respond to calls on time and how many times we're starting lineups not having enough officers on the line, which is an inevitable trade, because we don't have enough officers to cover our big city. So Chief, you're in an impossible position and you're doing the best you can with the resources you have. But on February 14th, 2026, at about 9:23 p.m., Valentine's Day, the San Diego Police Communications received a report of a stabbing on a sidewalk near the intersection of 8th Street and C Street downtown. And the officers found a person described as an adult male in his 40s on the sidewalk, lying down, suffering from stab wounds. The officers and medics rendered aid to the man, but he did not survive his injuries. He was now publicly identified as 41-year-old Mark Thomas of San Diego. While tending to the victim, officers were directed to the suspect who stabbed him, who had retreated into his apartment above and started a fire in the building. I know about this because I was there. I was on a ride-along that night, and I saw all of the equipment that the city purchases. When the ambulance came out, I finally saw the automatic CPR machine that was trying to pump blood to his chest. I never knew why we spent so much money on that, but now I do. I saw multiple police units roll up. I saw a fire truck with a ladder have to come out because the suspect tried to light the entire apartment building on fire. And I watched as police and firefighters did safely retrieve the suspect with minimal use of force. But then I stood there next to the victim's girlfriend and his dog as they watched him die on the street. And so I know we have a low crime rate in this city, and it's amazing, but there are still real victims of these crimes. And so when we talk about cutting our fire and our emergency services, there's very real consequences to this. Doesn't mean we can't make improvements and change them. We can. We can cut budgets in every city, in every department. But our San Diego Fire Rescue firefighters and their medics have to cover approximately 326 square miles in this city, all the way from the Wild Animal Park to the US-Mexico border. Lifeguards protect 17 miles of coastline, including Ocean Beach, Mission Beach, Pacific Beach, and Mission Bay, and we're protecting over 1 million swimmers a year. In addition to this, in addition to fire suppression and medical response and beach safety and swimmer rescue, fire department also provides bomb safety, threat and investigation, and hazardous materials response. And just yesterday, Copter 3, one of our wildfire helicopters, responded to a fire in Del Sur at the end of a crowded neighborhood block. And between CAL FIRE's fixed wing and our helicopter, it put it out. And I got a call from one of my constituents this morning who lives on that street, who is gathering up her kids and her pets and her documents to evacuate before the fire helicopter got there. Last year, our wildfire helicopters put out 5 fires in January alone, saving countless homes and structures. So I will not ever bend on our aerial operations in our fire rescue department, and thank you to the chief for fully funding it. That being said, I also understand the need to have a culture in this city. It is more than just bricks and mortar. It is the people who live here and the spaces we create. To me, public funding for the arts and culture is not a luxury. It's how a society tells the truth about itself, especially in bonds us in hard times. Even during the Great Depression, one of our nation's darkest moments, Franklin Delano Roosevelt understood that recovery wasn't just about roads and jobs, but also about dignity and identity. Through the Works Progress Administration, he created the Federal Arts Project. He put artists to work painting murals, writing plays, documenting American life, because the arts cannot be left to starve in this country. 3 more minutes, please. Oh, I did. Sorry, never mind. Then I'll end in 30 seconds. So I do know we have to restore arts and culture funding in this budget. We will work to do that. It won't be easy, but you have my commitment to continue to do that. And thank you again for everyone who came down. I hope everyone realizes how incredibly hard this is going to be for all of us. But know that everyone here in this room is working as hard as we can to try and figure out the best solution to this. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wilpert. We'll go next to Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. I'll save my substantive questions and comments for the full week of Budget Review Committee hearings that we're going to have the week after next. As many of you may know, we're going to have those hearings that go through the budget department by department. And we'll also have an analysis of all those department budgets by the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst, which will offer some helpful context as well. But I do want to thank everybody who spoke today and shared your thoughts on what you would like to see in the city budget. My team and I took a lot of notes this afternoon and evening. I saw the mayor taking a lot of notes as people spoke. And a number of you made points that I thought were persuasive. So I'm glad that you took the time to testify. One speaker asked where they could find details on the budget. And I just want to make sure everybody knows you can find details on the city, you can find a whole thing on the city website. If you go to sandiego.gov/finance/draft, you will find well over 1,000 pages of information there. If you can't remember that, just search for the City of San Diego website. And when you get there, go to the Department of Finance, and you'll see a tab for the draft budget. It's got everything right there. There's going to be many more opportunities to speak out as this budget evolves. One note for District 3 residents, we are going to have a District 3 budget town hall with the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst. Thank you. It's going to be on Tuesday, May 12th at 6 p.m. and it'll be right here in council chambers. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Whitburn. Oh, in chambers, what a brilliant idea. Another advantage of being a District 3 council member. We'll go next to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the Department of Finance and our CFO, Rolando Chevelle, for their work in putting this budget together. Thank you to the Mayor's Office and the Mayor for presenting this, and to my colleagues for their feedback. I, too, appreciated the straight talk from the independent budget analyst to start us off, because I think what the public often struggles most to understand is the frank reality of the city's level of underfunding, not just to structurally deliver the services that we're discussing today, but beyond that, even after we pass a balanced budget this year, what we're missing most is an effort to make actual headway on the decades of infrastructure backlog that have been left from generations of past. That, I think, is truly the structural challenge that the city faces that will remain unaddressed until we, the public, choose to do something about it. Yet in my years on the council, I've quickly understood that it's one thing to educate the public on the city's structural fiscal challenges. It's another to ask if we've actually earned the trust and the credibility from the public to give us the tools to address those challenges. So we stand here again today, and I think we've long understood that this budget would be challenging, that the deficit would only add on top of the difficult decisions we made just 1 year ago. And no one in the city seems surprised necessarily that we would have difficult decisions and significant cuts coming. I've heard that from those in the audience and who have spoken on some of the topics out in the concourse today. I think everyone expected that cuts would be coming and that there would be a simple reality that those cuts would translate to reduced services, hours, and especially the people who deliver those services and hours. But even as we seek to understand the need to address the structural shortfall, I think it's impossible not to ask, what does the city claim to value if this budget, as presented, is claimed to be structurally sound? And I think for many who are looking at what's presented here, the shock isn't whether there were cuts, it's where and to what degree those cuts have chosen to be implemented. We're still a little short on some details, so Mayor, since you're still at the mic, I wanted to ask if you could explain to us the cuts that have been proposed to libraries and parks and why we don't see the specifics of how those would be operationalized.
Yes, and I may ask Ms. Almond to help me. She didn't mind coming forward, but very simply, we have tasked, well, first off, in speaking with council members to try and get something of a sense of what you could support. The message was very clear, no across the board cuts, got it. Then in partnership with the library department, the park and rec department, and PANDA to provide an analysis to give you some framework to work with. And I think Ms. Almond can maybe speak to more detail on that and when you might be able to expect that analysis so that you can start helping us help guide us to those reductions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the department was giving a percentage and a target percentage to meet the reductions. And then we looked at the hours and we had to come up with some different scenarios, what that looks. Some of it's more uniform across the board, others that can be more focused on addressing the underserved communities versus other locations. So those are the different scenarios or different options that we are currently providing to the IBA's office to include it in the IBA report with the hope that will be an interactive process with the council office and the stakeholders to provide input while we are trying to still meet that target reductions for the hours of the libraries and the recreation center as well. And then we relied a lot on analysis and data that PANDA, along with the departments, performed as far as the usage, the locations, the conditions of those facilities, and so on. So we have a lot of data also that will be provided along with those scenarios to help or inform the discussion and then the final decision.
Thank you, Rania, and thank you for sharing the work that's being done on that front. I think I would only point out, I think that kind of work was asked for by this council last year in the budget process before the across-the-board cuts were delivered. And so I appreciate the work that's being done, but also can't help but be frustrated that that data is not here with the budget proposal. And like I said, we'll only ask the IBA. That data has not been given to the IBA yet, as they're currently working on the report.
So my team has been having meetings with departments since the budget was released on April 15th. I believe that we are set to have meetings with parks and libraries either today or tomorrow, as well as an additional meeting with HSSD on Wednesday. We have had preliminary communications with those departments where we have asked for additional details on what these dollar amounts that are in the budget as cuts, but without details, what that looks like. We have seen some additional information related to rec centers and libraries in Panda's approaches and attempts to kind of evaluate the potential impacts of them and prioritization of them. I believe that that should be being shared with the council as well. Ideally, all of this information, specifics on proposed cuts, would have been included in the proposed budget in order for you to have a better idea of what those dollar amounts actually represent and weigh them against the other cuts that are being proposed. They are not there right now. To the extent that we can flesh those out and understand them, we will include those additional details in our analysis, which comes out on the 29th. And certainly by the time we get to actual BRC presentations on the week of May 4th, I would expect that the administration and the departments can present very clear details on what those cuts could actually look like.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that the intent here is to leave the specifics of what would be implemented up to some of the options that will be presented, and ultimately for this council to hear out and in the budget review process and to provide our feedback for. The only thing that's been determined so far is just the amount. And so to some degree, perhaps I guess we should appreciate the deferral of the operational choices on here, on these portions of the budget. But I also struggle to understand why there isn't a proposal that's actually sitting in front of us that tells us what might be operationally implemented. Opposite of that, I guess, Mayor, can you explain how with arts and culture, unlike with libraries and parks, you were already able to decide that penny for the arts would be zeroed out?
Sure, Council Member. As you know, and it's been referenced multiple times this afternoon, the city's overall spend is over $6 billion. What I don't know is that some of the public speakers quite appreciate is the fact the vast majority of those dollars, as you know, are lockbox. We cannot utilize them for different resources. So when you look at the general fund, as you know, about $2 billion, so about a third of what we're talking about, in that fungible amount of resources where we can put it to police, we can put it to fire, to libraries, to park and rec, the funds that support Penny for the Arts are one of those fungible resources. When trying to solve this massive budget deficit, 118, 146, depending on how you look at it, in addition to 318 million last year, I don't think it's an understatement to say that we are not cutting fat, we are cutting bone. And when doing so, we have very limited options. I personally cannot support browning out fire stations or closing police stations. I did that. I voted for that as a city council member. There was a child in your district, sir, named Bentley Doe, who died because he choked on a gun ball when he lived near one of the fire stations that was browned out. When having to choose between browning out fire stations or making a reduction of the arts, regrettably, I made the recommendation to make the reduction of the arts. As has been mentioned here today, you can certainly change it. But really, it's coming from a fact that so much of our dollars are lockboxed and not movable, and in trying to avoid closure of fire stations or police stations, this is how we came to this decision.
Speaking of the lockboxing of funds, I guess turning to the IBA, Charles, can you correct me if I'm wrong, that arts and culture funding has over time always traditionally come out of one example of a lockboxed fund, which is the special promotional programs portion of transit occupancy tax?
That's correct, Councilmember. The 10.5%, now slightly higher because of Measure C implementation, TOT rate for applied in the city is split up into different components. One that goes directly to the general fund, one that goes ultimately to the general fund, and then another proportion that is set aside to ensure that the city remains a place that can attract tourism and visitors. Funding for arts programming that the city has traditionally provided has come from that, we call it a special promotional programs portion of TOT revenue.
Thank you. And so just that correction would be, as I understand it, the general fund is not where arts and culture has been funded in the past. We've taken it from special promotional programs, which is outlined in the code, municipal code and by council policy, specifically intended for promotion of the city. It's not the only funding that's within that category. There are actually quite a number of other funds in that category that are still maintained in special promotional programs for promotion of the city, as we understand it. But over time, a larger and larger percentage of those funds have been converted to backfill other city services that I think we are classifying as promotional. So one request I would make for the IBA is that as you are looking at special promotional programs this year and how those funds are being reallocated, to help the council and the public perhaps better understand where this cut is being made and where those funds are being diverted to. I think we should at least transparently understand the choices that are being made.
I don't know if that was a request, but we'll certainly include an analysis of special promotional programs in our budget. We do that every year. We'll continue to do that.
Thank you. So I recognize just how challenging this year's budget decisions are. We are here to determine what a balanced budget will be, or how a balanced budget will be achieved. And I'm thinking of it not just balanced from a dollar sign perspective, but also balanced when it comes to our values and our desire to match the needs of the public. We're going to continue to hear that this is a collaborative effort to accomplish that balance, but I cannot look at this year's budget as we start this process and not look at last year's budget to note that this council fought last year to protect libraries and parks in every way that we could. We did so by including cuts to management that the administration made a clear decision not to implement. We pushed the administration last year to chase every opportunity for revenue. It was complained that this council was being too aggressive. And so now in front of us, we have a budget that simultaneously cannot decide how it will cut services at libraries and parks, yet has already decided which chip should fall first. That's arts and culture. And so don't mind me for being a little reluctant to trust that what is proposed is what deserves to be passed. I, for one, and I hope this council will certainly be here not just to make the difficult decisions, but to do everything we can, not to mitigate the budgetary cuts that need to be made, because don't anyone in the public get wrong at the moment. Our structural challenge does mean that cuts will need to be made, but ultimately to help determine the balance that matches the values we have as a city on our promises to San Diegans. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. I think now everybody has spoken. I guess I'll wrap it up. Both as Council President, I guess with my engineering framework, I've kind of talked a little bit more about process. Like my colleagues, we haven't really dived into the budget yet and look forward to the Budget Review Committee. So let me start by thanking the Mayor, Rolando, and Ben, and the entire executive team for preparing and delivering the proposed budget for the council and the public's consideration. And I will note that the mayor and all 5 chiefs have stayed here throughout the entire public comment period, as well as the council deliberations. I want to thank city staff through every department who sharpened their pencils and dug deep to try to right-size their department budgets. A special thank you to our colleague, Councilmember Foster, for his work chairing the council's budget committee and chairing the upcoming budget review committee. I'm going to touch on some of the things that my colleagues referred to. So this year, my partnership with the independent budget analysts, my council colleagues, and special budget chair will be more critical than ever, because unlike past years, as Council President Pro Tem Lee dug into, the proposed budget only proposes single line item cuts to recreation center hours, library hours, and other services. And it'll be up to the council to decide which center or library, which days, and how many hours. A deliberative process that is challenging given the Brown Act and too important to do on the fly. And council will have to lean heavily on those departments and the IBA to guide us. And Rania, I appreciate that you're having a deep dive. I've seen some of the early work, in terms of actually deriving metrics, both on library and recreation centers. My little bit of briefings, I've learned an awful lot about city operations and how rec centers and libraries are being used by the general public. So if we do it right, we're doing a little efficiency in operations and not actually taking away the value those brings to the public. And so I am convinced that partnering with the public, we will get this done on that element. I want to join the choir and say the proposed budget is only the formal starting point in a robust process. And over the next 2 months, the council will be deliberating, dissecting, debating, and deciding. And we will do that work at public hearings, including 2 evening sessions dedicated to public testimony. If you had a good time today, you can come on back starting at 6 p.m. on May 4th and then again on May 18th. To do that work, council needs to hear from residents, community organizations to share your thoughts on the cuts. And unlike past years, the opportunity for funding new programs or services is not on the table. We know the proposed budget offers a mixed bag, cuts you don't like, cuts you can support, programs and services funded that you support and others that you don't support. And if you don't like a cut, tell us what program or service you would like to cut instead to balance the budget. We did hear from folks, and I really appreciate those folks over the course of the afternoon and the evening that actually threw out their ideas. I think you got some initial reaction from council members. So I would encourage you to pay attention to that. So thank you for those who participated today. We certainly heard loud and clear that there are a number of cuts, especially in arts and culture, that you do not like. The cut of penny of the arts is brutal in total. Cuts to libraries, rec centers, and other services is targeted and nuanced, as I briefly mentioned earlier. And how we approach each of those must put aside the rhetoric, roll up our sleeves, and work strategically and not on the fly. So where do we find the money to restore those cuts? As some of my colleagues have mentioned, and I would agree, there is no appetite for new revenue on the backs of residents. What I can predict when we reach the end of this budget cycle, none of us will be fully satisfied with the adopted budget. My goal as council president is for all of us to believe the process worked, that the newly adopted budget reflects our city's fiscal reality, rather than meeting all of the aspirations of what city services can and should be. Cuts, not new revenue, is how we'll get there. City residents have sent a clear message. I'm just going to keep repeating this. Raising new revenue on their backs to fill the gap is not an option. We must deliver a budget with the resources we have. It is often said that budgets are a statement of values, as several of my colleagues mentioned. This budget must reflect the principled value that this government is accountable and responsive to residents. Cuts within the proposed budget are clearly drastic and include reducing positions. Dedicated, hardworking city staff will be laid off. City services will be impacted, and I do not say that lightly because we've got very good people. I'll be wrapping up. This is a moment that requires good governance, not games. This is a moment that requires us to make tough decisions and take a stand, not sit back. This is a moment that requires prudence, not politics. This is what constituents deserve from their elected officials and what our city's future demands. What our constituents don't deserve is theatrics from outside agents that threaten to blow a new $100 million hole in this fragile budget. If you don't like the cuts in today's $118 million solution, you're going to hate doubling up on those cuts for a $218 million solution. That is not rhetoric. That is a very real possibility. So in closing, the budget must reflect our values. This budget must make measurable strides in putting San Diego on firmer financial footing. None of this will be easy, but with the public, all of you, council and the mayor working together, we will get this done. So I'll close there. Again, thank you to all that showed up. Thank you that stuck all the way through. Thank you again, the mayor and the executive team that stayed through the entire meeting. So that will wrap item 200. Now, if you haven't had enough, we will now take up non-agenda public comment. The council